don't know that there's still somebody in that smoke. They can get that molly, push from across the field. Now, Vale.
The Bucky versus Bayo here. The Bucky crawling up. Tensa has the intel. Tensa is crawling. Tensa's like, he's right here, he's right here. The grenade from the Bucky!
Week 3. Hello, and we are getting ready for it. PMPL pushing forward as we put a cap on our last Super Weekend and get ready for the next one. I'm going to be your host for this week and next week. I'm F-Dot. I go by Tom Battinger, and of course, everyone else here will still be as good as you know them. Joining me now is my experts. Say hello to the 7 World Gaming and, of course, Glitter Explosion. Always good to see you guys. Glitter, how was your weekend?
I mean, my weekend was great because we had a crazy super weekend, to say the least. We got a day off, and I hope all of our teams are rested and ready to come into our final week of league play because there's a lot on the line.
Yep.
7. I couldn't see it.
Oh.
You're all camoed out.
Yeah, it's what happens. You know, I was entering my inner John Cena, but the weekend was good, man. I mean, my technical weekend was amazing. I got to go to a farm, get face painted with my kids, amazing stuff. And currently Nova's sitting on top when Super Weekend overall comes around. So life is good. Life is real good.
I feel that, man. Life is good. Shout outs to October. It just feels good. Love is in the air, and teams loving finding themselves towards the top. Now, if you're just joining us for the PMPL, we've got a cool format going on for you, which sort of like a Russian doll situation. Let's pull up the graphic, and we'll show you how everybody qualifies. Basically, you've got to play well during the week in order to make it to the weekends, and then you've got to play well during the weekends in order to make it to the finals. So we've got our league play. That's today and tomorrow. We have 20 full teams, and we're going to shave them down to 16, and those 16 will fight it out during the Super Weekend. So we do have squads that don't even get a chance to get a chance, and that's the fun part. Well, at least for the viewers. For the teams not making it, I guess that's not really all that fun. But league play number 3, that's what we're getting into. This is the 3rd week of 3, so our final week of league play is going to be pushing here. And then let's talk money. Prize pool is pretty sick. These teams are playing for a lot more than just pride. They've got dollars on the line here. The champions will take home 10,000, and 7, you're going to get 1,000 for a chicken dinner on the weekend. I think that's a big deal with the way we play the game.
Yeah, that's definitely a big deal. I mean, this is, you know what? Glitter, take this graphic away because I know this one's your favorite one and you like talking about that 1,000 chicken dinner.
I do, because we have seen how many Team 7 get multiple chicken dinners, right? We're 2 super weekends in, right? Which means that's 15 games per weekend. So $30,000 of that $45,000 prize pool has been given out already. There's $15,000 still on the line for our final super weekend. But we've seen the likes of XSET, the likes of Nova, Ghost, so many of these teams with multiple chicken dinners on the board. So they're pocketing all this extra cash before we even make it to finals, F-Dot.
That's one of the fun parts of seeing all these teams just kind of collect it. And we'll collect this money and run with it and talk about the point system. Now, this sometimes can be a lot to handle. But honestly, here at the PMPL, it's pretty cut and dry. You get a point per kill, and you get a whole lot of points if you come in first place. 15 to be exact. 12 and 10 for second and third, and it goes down from there. The biggest deal, though, is you can actually earn 0 points. If you wind up in that 13 and 16 spot, you wind up with 0 points. That's not where you want to be. Obviously, you want to find yourself towards the top, and that's where our teams are going to be looking. Either wind up in first place or get your kills. Either way, you want to get those points, put yourself forward, and find yourselves in the driver's seat, as a number of our teams have been. We've seen that first place position change over time. It's a lot of fun seeing different teams take that spot. Let's take a look at all of our teams that are going to be participating this week. As I said, we have 5 groups of 4, and each map will feature 4 of these groups. Group A, Ghost Gaming up on top, and the Knights repping Group B here. A lot of fun teams, Glitter. We've seen some teams stand up and some teams sit down.
Yeah, I mean, we've had phenomenal performances out of a lot of our top squads, but I think what we're going to be focusing on a lot here this week is those teams that kind of are going to need to battle it out. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the likes of Mezexis, Boring Protocol, especially the teams that were in our last Super Weekend here, 7.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of those that you were mentioning is WallStreetBets. Even if you're not thinking about it, I'm thinking about it because they had an amazing first Super Weekend and they were able to pass some of the other teams that didn't make it, like the Illuminati. I'm looking at you, Boring Protocol. I'm definitely looking at you. It's going to be interesting how they're going to be able to start here this week of league play because it's make it or break it for them, for a lot of teams, actually.
This is where you got to start adding all those points together, start looking towards the horizon, and start asking those tough questions. Can we do it? And can we make it to finals and beyond? Of course, if you guys have questions out there, you can ask us directly. Use the hashtag PMPL. Find us on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, wherever it is you get your PUBG Mobile. That's where you can find us. And of course, if you guys have what it takes, we can include you and just get you guys involved in that conversation. But you know what? Let's get down to it. 7, Glitter, let's talk business. Last week, we've seen some strong teams come up and make some good plays. This is what the point structure looks like at the moment, with Ogilvy taking the last win from last Super Weekend. That puts them in number 4 overall. What an incredible look.
Definitely. I mean, and we have a huge surprise with Nova Esports being in first place, as I was alluding to. I think I'm really impressed by what we're seeing out of that squad. We do have Ghost Gaming finally starting to step it up. We have 313 points out of them. Exit, as you mentioned there, Ogilvy being able to get that chicken dinner after getting, I think it was like 4 second-place finishes during the Super Weekend. We have 19 Esports, 290 points. The Panthers, 279. We go down the list. Knights has actually been performing so much better during week of league play that I wouldn't be surprised if for some reason they do end up in first place during this week of league play. I do want to go towards the second page because this is when the fun begins. We see BTOWN there at the top with 212 points, and then as we go down, we have some teams, as I was mentioning, WallStreetBets on the first Super Weekend. You can see they were able to score 95 points. They were able to actually pass Boring Protocol, which had only played in the first Super Weekend. And in this third page, this is when things get even spicier because all of these teams that you're currently seeing on the screen are definitely going to be battling to make it to the Super Weekend. It's make it or break it for them. It's fairly close. You can see a lot of those teams are currently barely surviving if they're not going to be able to make it to the Super Weekend. I'm looking at you, the Hitlist. I'm looking at you, Pro Era. If they're not going to be able to make it to the Super Weekend, there's a high chance that some of the other squads are going to be able to pass them. So why not? Let's show a bubble graphic. That way you guys can see what these teams have been averaging throughout a week of league play and what our expected number is, Glitter.
Yeah, so I mean, so far, and we've actually seen it week over week, our points amount to qualify at the end of a week of league play has been about 40 points or exactly 40 points. So we're giving you guys a hypothetical bubble here, okay? Based off of their performances from the past 2 weeks of league play, which teams are likely to qualify in for our final Super Weekend and which ones are going to have to be fighting for it. You can see Hitlist, Pro Era, Illuminati, and Boring Protocol. The last 2 being teams that did not actually compete in our last Super Weekend, typically average enough to beat that bubble. But then as we look down at the other half, WallStreetBets, Mezexis, Esports, and Yo have historically not averaged enough. So honestly, I know these numbers look a little bit misleading. For me, 7, I think all of these teams are going to be fighting to hit that 40-point mark because like you were saying, if Hitlist or Pro Era doesn't make it through, and some of these other squads do, they can very much be leapfrogged on those overall standings. Illuminati and Boring Protocol want to make it through because they sat out last weekend. But WallStreetBets, Dope, and Yo, they need to come back and do a repeat performance. There's actually a lot that's going to be going on down here in our bottom 8.
Definitely. I mean, I think with the Illuminati, the Hitlist as well, I mean, averaging, right? They're currently averaging, as you were saying, more than the 40 points that we're currently projecting. But we have seen what can happen to some of these teams. We had seen how they're able to perform during week of league play and how some of the other teams were actually able to step it up, even when it came down to the final game. Remember, last week of league play, Dope Esports didn't qualify until literally the last day of until the last game of week of league play. So anything can come down here to that final game. And I just hope this teams, if you do get a knock, see if you can definitely confirm on it, because every kill is going to matter.
Every point counts. That's where our magnifying glass is going to be for the majority of competition this week. We want to see those teams towards the bottom of the list, see who makes it, because that cutoff line of 16, that's where the focus is. That said, although our teams will be battling for the bottom, we got to celebrate who's up on top for sure. Nova has been very, very successful, and Shifan is absolutely an integral part of that team and why they've been so successful. He's going to join us today for a quick interview and talk a little bit how Nova has been. Shifan, nice to see you, bud. Nice jersey. How you feeling?
Oh, hello, Tom. Nice to see you there.
Okay, I'm gonna kick this off because we actually have a lot of questions for you, but I think one of the most important questions that we know a lot of people have is, what has it been like for you guys so far with this new roster? You obviously added YDD and Yi from the PEL, and you guys have just, as a group, been phenomenal here so far.
Cool. So E and YDD, they're both experienced PL players. It did take us some time to grow the synergy with each other, and it was also hard for them to adapt to the different time zone. But things are improving and only getting better. As for player Ren, he's a really talented player and basically the most potential player I've ever seen in North America. So we just need to give him some support, and he can just play and frag like he did in the last Super Weekend.
Right on, Shifan. My question for you is, you guys have been in this position before with Nova Esports, especially in NA, where you guys are in first place, and we kind of have seen them take a turn for the worse, and you guys don't end up qualifying to the next stage. Now, I want to know, where's the confidence right now with this team? How are you guys feeling this season with this team so far? As you were talking about synergy, I just want to know, where are you guys currently at when it comes to confidence? Do you guys think you can continue being first place all the way up to finals?
We're definitely confident right now. So basically right now we're just trying to improve ourselves daily, like based on the matches, and then we do some like VOD review. Just basically just trying to improve us as a team. And we don't really look up the PMGC points that much, because like, at least from my perspective, like, we just need to fix our mistakes, and once we're finalized, like, a good team can shine no matter what stage they are on.
One game at a time strategy, kind of classic right there, Shifan. Last question before I let you go. For fans that are a little bit newer to the scene, how would you describe your team in a nutshell? What's your approach to the game from Team Nova?
We are focusing on strategy along with gun skills. That's how I describe my team right now.
Awesome, bud. Thank you for your time. If there's any shout outs or anything you want to give to your friends and family at home?
Yes, I definitely want to shout out to all the fans around the globe, because it's their support, like, is what making us stronger and getting better. And also give a shout out to my teammate YDD. Today is his 18th birthday. So everybody in the live chat, maybe you can give him a happy birthday wish, and I'll see you guys in the matches.
Awesome. Thanks again, Shifan, for your time representing Team Nova. They've been looking real strong. Shifan looking strong as well on the individual side of things. So awesome to really get a chance to sit down with Shifan. My first time. Glitter and Seven, really, really cool to kind of see the guy react and talk a little bit about the team.
Can we just talk about Glitter? Yes, that. And can we just talk about how amazing that jersey look? Hey,
yeah,
Nova Esports Twitter, I'm waiting for my jersey, baby. If you guys end up first place, I want to be able to just, like, you know, do the Superman thing, rip my shirt, and underneath is like a Nova jersey. Hit me up on Twitter. Hit us up on Twitter, actually.
Do you know what I need? I'm going to need G-Fan's autograph. Once the jersey comes, that's what I'm going to need, okay?
True.
What I'm gonna need a Nova jersey. I'm also gonna need a OnePlus 9 or 9 Pro. With flagship performance, an incredible 120 hertz display rate, and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch, OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot at climbing the leaderboards and finding yourself towards the top. Again, just like OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro. Today, we're going back to Erangel, returning back to league play as teams try to qualify here for Super Weekend number 3. These are the maps we're going to be playing. Erangel and Miramar back and forth. No craziness on Sandhawk as we usually see, but we're going to start at Erangel and we'll end there as well. 5 groups as per usual, only 4 play per match. And that's the fun stuff of week 3. Day 1. You're not going to miss any of these maps. Each of them definitely where all the teams that need to find each and every single point. Every point matters. Finals lurking on the horizon, and our casters looking on the horizon as well. Thank you so much, Glitter and Seven. We will see you in just a matter of moments. But for now, bracing for the Erangel jump, we're going to talk to 2 of our commentators. We've got Mustache Dave and Paul Todkill, a.k.a. Envirum, on the horn. Let's jump all the way to Erangel.
Thank you so much, F. Dot. I definitely heard the Mustache combo was coming out there. We don't have one of those names, Dave. We're going to have to come up with one at some point, I think.
Some point. Yeah, some point. We're still kind of working with everybody behind the scenes. There's a lot of lawyers and all that good stuff involved. We'll finally have a name that we'll settle on. But hey, dude, week number 3. Like, how you feeling? I'm feeling good. How you feeling?
I'm excited, but I'm also a little nervous. I'll be honest. I'm nervous for some of those teams. They talked about them at the start of the show, down there, sort of on the bubble, on the cusp, because we've seen a lot of great moments from a lot of those squads, and especially if you were one of the teams that was sitting out this past Super Weekend, I cannot imagine the amount of pressure that they are feeling right now to step up, perform, and make it to that last Super Weekend. You know, if you're a team like WallStreetBets, Dave, who I know you're a huge fan of, maybe feeling a little bit better, but for some of those other teams who were not able to put up a really convincing performance, you've got one last chance to make it there. And of course, Dave, make it to the finals.
Yeah, WallStreetBets I'm feeling pretty confident in. They almost hit that 100-point kind of mark that we were talking about day number 1 of this previous Super Weekend. I think if they can qualify for this last Super Weekend, they're looking pretty solid because they have just been getting better every single day that they play. And that's what you love to see from a squad. Mezexis, they did sit out here. They didn't lose enough points, though, to get bumped out of that top 16 spot. So I think Mezexis, they're going to have to really make sure to pull out all them stops here this week to make sure to qualify, of course, for the final week. But the same story could practically be said for all the teams here in Virum. Like, everybody needs to qualify because if they don't, if you're not Nova, if you're not Ghost all the way to the top, if you don't qualify for this last Super Weekend, you're going to be on the sidelines just sweating bullets if you are in that top 16 because you're going to be watching your points just slide down to the leaderboards.
And that's just such a terrible spot because it's out of your hands at that point. Like, you never want to put yourself in a position where you're not the master of your own destiny, where you're letting other teams determine whether other team doing well or poorly is what's going to determine whether or not you make it to those finals. So, of course, that's why you got to make it to that last Super Weekend and why these next 2 days, the next 8 games for one of these teams across these 4 groups, of course, or 5 groups, I should say. That's why they're so important, Dave. That's why it is so critical for these teams to make sure they absolutely don't mess up. And we can talk a little bit about the strategy of that going into it. Players just getting ready to hop into Erangel here for map number 1. A big part of that, of course, is talking about how the strategy of the lobby has evolved over the last 2 weeks, because that's something that we've talked about a decent amount. We talked about the overarching meta. Talk to us a little bit about how we feel like the Panthers have made an impact, their ability to play the edge rather than the full set in the mid, and how do we feel like that's impacted other teams in the lobby who've also started to mimic and pick up on some of this style?
Yeah, the Panthers, it's an interesting squad. You know, last week I was all on that Panther hype train. I kind of still am, but I learned that Illusion, one of their bench players that they swapped out week number 1, who we saw come in those clutch moments for the squad, no longer on the team. So, like, they're still dealing with, like, these inner team changes. And I think with that combined with the 4v1 that we saw there in Super Weekend, we're starting to see the Panthers kind of slide down the overall leaderboard. And I hate to see it because we praised them, I know I did, so many times because of their slow, steady, just playing outside of the zone strategy. We've seen them fight Ghost Gaming and win the fights. And Ghost Gaming is a heavy hitter in this lobby, especially if you're comparing them to the Panthers here, who, not like Ghost Gaming, don't have the biggest name for themselves, that reputation, I guess you can say, here from North America. So I'm going to be looking at the Panthers to see if they can continue with that slow, steady edge play here today, and hopefully get those consistent points like we saw in Super Weekend number 1 with them. But you always have to think, like, when you're making team changes this late in the game, like, what's really going on?
I think that's a huge thing to think about. And I think one of the reasons I want to bring them up, talk about the meta as a whole, is I feel like other teams have gotten the read. I feel like other teams have gotten appraised of that style. It's not working quite so well when you know that it's coming. Squads are doing a great job taking a look at rotations, where the drops are, how these circles are, and now we have a pretty decent sample size to build from, especially on a map like Erangel, which we have played so much over the last few weeks. We'll see if teams this final week of league play, Dave, will be able to bring in something new. They'll be able to change things up, not be predictable, because being predictable is a great way to get got in a game like PUBG Mobile.
And you don't want to get got unless you're watching game number 1, league play number 1, week number 3. Welcome everybody to the stream here as players we can see loaded up in the plane, jumping out the plane. And we're looking down there towards the bottom, BTOWN, the Panthers, Mezexis. That's a team I know for a fact, talking to Starlight, they are eager to play here this week. They sat out all last Super Weekend, kind of talked about it. They watched their score kind of just go down, down, down. I'm not overpass yet in that top 16, but they told me that they have been sitting on the sidelines just waiting to get back into game. Not only to get back into game, but I suspect they might be looking to take some fights here with some teams that we saw last league play. Bridge camp them, maybe, camp them, keep them out of that Super Weekend. So I always love to kind of see the beef here develop within the region. So I'm looking at Mezexis here, especially early game, and they are going to have a pretty solid circle to start off the night.
And this is a circle I feel like we've seen so much over the last few weeks. Teams should be very familiar with it. XSET is in the lobby. They tend to do quite well with this opening circle. Nova as well. Obviously got a chance to talk to Jafan coming into this. Excited to see how they can do here this week. It feels like sort of the kinks that they had earlier on have sort of, they've been able to work those out quite well, able to continue to develop that synergy as a team. Knights and the Panthers potentially down on military, but it looks like Knights will just pick up some vehicles and then make their way across. So unlikely to see any early action there. But yeah, I'm so glad you brought up Mezexis, because they obviously, they're a big name attached to that team, a name that's been, making waves in PUBG Mobile for a decent time now. Obviously, different rosters, things like that over time, but I think they have a lot of pressure on them. Again, pressure that's only additionally mounted, Dave, because of the fact that they had to sit out this last Super Weekend.
Yeah, that pressure is going to be up there for sure. Not only for them to qualify, but just as an individual player, you don't want to look bad, playing these games, everybody watching, especially when you talk a big talk. So you got to be able to back it up. And there's nothing wrong with talking a big talk as long as you can back it up. You know who I'm talking about. So I'm looking forward. Yeah, we got a few.
We got a few.
But I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm kind of excited here to watch the strategies, because not only are we going to see the kind of storylines develop with those bottom teams who did miss out on 15 games, I think we're going to see the storyline of the top teams that did play in 2 Super Weekends. I think we might see them, especially tomorrow, we might see them change it up. We might see them drop somewhere else, because they're going to have the power to dictate who they don't want to play in the Super Weekend to kind of help them so they can kind of prepare for those finals. So it's always interesting to kind of just sit back, relax, and theory craft all these different strategies here as the events continue to dwindle down and get towards the end.
I wondered if we were going to bring this up, Dave. I wondered if we were going to bring this up. The idea that teams may start to intentionally hot drop other squads in order to, quote unquote, choose or select who they're playing in the finals, or who can make it to that final super weekend. That could legitimately be a thing that we see here. I mean, these teams, obviously, they play against each other. They scrim against each other. They have ideas about who they think is better or worse. They obviously want to give themselves the highest chances to win. So if they think there's a squad who they know can play very well but might not be living up to that potential and is legitimately in threat of not making it to the finals, I very well could see us have some teams who are high up on the pack, don't have to worry about points at all, go in and potentially hot drop them. The only reason I think we may see less of that, Dave, is simply because of those $1,000 for the wins in the super weekends. Because as much as teams want to mess up those teams at the bottom, a hot drop, even a chance to maybe don't lose the whole thing, but a chance that you maybe lose one or two players, I mean, it's $1,000. I don't know. We'll see.
That's why I think tomorrow we'll definitely see if it is going to come and play.
If it is,
and we
tomorrow.
talk about this all the time. It doesn't always happen. Like I always hype it up, and it rarely happens, but it does happen. We saw in the past. I believe I think it was the Knights. I think they hot dropped on Ghost one game on Miramar, and they literally
and when they didn't make the last super.
They didn't. Yeah, exactly. So it has been done before. And to your point, I think tomorrow will be the day that we kind of start to see that. And in my mind, you're bringing up the money. I think if I'm one of these teams on the hunt, I think I'm going to hunt down those teams who have been winning all the money. Think about it. You take out XSET, they got what, $5,000 so far in super weekends. Like you take them out, hey, that's looking like a check right now to me. So if they are kind of concentrating on how much money they can get here in this final super weekend, because there will be 15 grand on the line, right? Yep, $1 grand per game. So that's a lot of money to kind of end off the season here before the finals.
Absolutely, 100%. And I agree. I think if we're going to see it tomorrow, mitigate as much risk as humanly possible. Keep an eye on that for sure. So keeping an eye on a potential skirmish here between XSET and UYU. This is not a normal position for XSET. Normally they go a little bit further down the hill and towards the crossing a little bit more, but here on Overlook above Prison, this is not a normal spot that we see them, Dave. I talked about adapting, not getting stale, not becoming predictable. I feel like that's what we're seeing here from XSET. This is not their normal first rotation.
It's good stuff. It is pretty much dead center in this zone, and they're positioning their vehicles very smartly to avoid them getting popped with them tires. We see Jay up there, Jay Way scouting. I don't even think they know a Trey from UIU's beneath them. Starlight was taking some shots earlier, trying to focus up that scope possibly, so Starlight will need to be very cautious as their squad mates aren't anywhere to be found. But when we're talking XSET, Polo, Kill Switch, we definitely saw them kind of ramp up towards the end of Super Weekend, in my opinion. We saw Kill Switch clutch it out, get a nice little win.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the stats from just the entirety, all games played. So I'm talking 46 games played. That's league play Super Weekend. XSET Polo, 91 kills with almost 18k damage. Right above them is going to be Coops with 92 kills. So XSET have some strong players. And then kind of in that mid-pack, 10th place, 11th place, they got Kill Switch and Jay. So if I'm XSET, I'm going to try to make sure to get a chicken dinner, qualify for this last Super Weekend. And then after that, I think I'm going to just kind of practice my team fights, my 4v4s, team comms, just tighten up, tighten ship.
Oh, almost have to tighten up some shots there. Jay was able to get the down on Assault, though, and no one from UYU will be able to come pick them up. But I think it's so great that you're pointing out not only Polo, but the rest of the squad as well, because Killswitch absolutely went clutch over this last Super Weekend. But it's also still kind of mind-boggling to me, the idea that Polo was averaging almost 2 kills a game. That is consistency, Dave. That is a staggering amount of consistency. And to be able to have someone on your team like that who's just so reliable, who you can trust, I need you to go in there. I know you're going to take a 1v1, but I trust you to be able to take it. Having that from a leadership standpoint, as an IGL, having someone you know in your pocket that you can send into a precarious situation who you can trust to 90% of the time get that 1v, that opens up so much in terms of strategy, so many more things you can do, and so much more aggressive you can play, Dave. Having someone like that on your team, I think if you want to be the type of team that makes it to like the global championship, you have to have somebody like that on your roster.
I want to see Polo and Rin walk into a room. Who walks out? Who like I know Coops.
Oh, no.
I said Coops is up there at the top, and Coops has been making them steady plays. But when we're talking just like pop off performances, like highlightable moments, we definitely saw a lot here so far from Polo and Rin. So I'm really hyping up those two players here. Next zone goes up, Nova, north of Farm. That XSET position we were talking about near prison. Looks like they're going to have some static because Mezexis are in the area, possibly rotating near them. And remember, Starlight does have intel on them. So if Mezexis are looking for some early kills, that might be a perfect opportunity.
I mean, that's the kind of thing you need to just get that, whatever jitters you have from not playing, just get them out of the way. Get in there, get into a scrap, get a win, get a couple kills into your belt. That's going to feel pretty darn good. But back up a little bit. Imagine you're queuing up in team deathmatch and you run into like, I don't know, like Rin and Coops and Polo and Natsuo. Okay. That's the 4 stack. How you don't
even win. You spawn and you die.
You spawn and you die.
That's it. Game's already over. Yeah.
Okay.
If you're talking you and I queuing up,
I know what it's.
Yeah. Are we talking they're on my team? If they're on my team, I'm chilling.
They're on our team.
I'm chilling all day.
We're chilling. Big chilling.
I'm chilling.
Yeah.
We just have so funny is we had a
Dave?
tournament like a month ago, and the first person I said, Coops, let me be on your team. You can have all the money. And I thought that was a good deal. But Coops already had a teammate. I was like, come on, man. But what's the deal? It's probably 50-50. With me, you can have it all, Coops. Just imagine.
His response is, yeah, but Dave, I'm getting all the kills.
yeah. That's why you can have it all, right? Because I'm trying to just chill out here and have a good time. But Coops actually, I think, did go on to win that, or at least second place. But I know how to pick him here in VRM. I know how to pick him.
And I actually picked Knights as a team to keep an eye on for sure. So they're keeping an eye on Ghost as well. This is another good power position here in this circle. It's a wide enough dip that you don't see nades getting sort of sucked into it to pick up some crazy kills. But speaking of kills, some start to break out here. Seeing Boring Protocol and the Illuminati, 2 teams who need points, Dave, who need to make it to this last super weekend. And we're seeing some whiffed nades.
If they had the intel, I think this is a smart push from Boring Protocol because AZ is not with the squad. So if they would have spotted out maybe 1 or 2 members up here from the Illuminati, I think it's a nice fight. But I would have liked to have saw him get a knock first. A knock first before pushing down onto the compound.
Did give up a little bit of that position, and there is another player on that off angle. It is AZ, like you mentioned, who could come in third party. This Kha'Zix is getting taken out, though. That is that off angle, like we talked about. AZ was able to leverage that. The nade also not making it onto the rooftop, and just like this, the Illuminati through this is the most passive sit back. They're just chilling. I mean, Boring Protocol, it feels like just waltzed into die. I don't have a whole lot more to say about that. Yeah, you got 2 players on the back here, but Dave, they're both holding the same angle. They don't offer anything. They're offering just the same, over the top heads down view, whereas the Illuminati instantly were able to respond with so much more as Fate is getting ripped apart right now. And just like this, it looks like the Illuminati may try and capitalize on this. AZ will have to rotate in. The rest of the squad is trying to find another angle. I like this play from Boring Protocol, but Dave, it's starting to fall apart for them.
Yeah, Kha'Zix with them dead right there. I feel like Fanboys and Volek should have concentrated on AZ, that off angle, take them out, and continue to hold down that hill because that hill is a nice vantage point on this compound. But AZ getting the better half of them. It looks like Fate and both Fanboys are just saying see you later. They all made it out actually.
They all made it out though. So that's a misplay from the Illuminati.
That's a surprise. I definitely thought they would have 2 points from the Illuminati, so
I mean, props to them. They pulled another angle together again as a duo. Okay, they were able to lay down smokes, get Fate out of there. Fate was able to get the first aid off, so props to them.
That's good.
Able to salvage it, but I think still a little bit sloppy from both teams. Maybe a bit of those first game jitters back, because we often see this first game of the day, of the week, super weekend, whatever it is. This often is pretty slow.
And I know one thing Bob wanted to work on was keeping 4 alive in Zone 5. Like, that was their one goal here today. It's what Volek told me here. So losing 1 this early on, game number 1. Hopefully that doesn't set them back. Still have 3 more games to go. And, with their newfound position, pretty much taking up prison now, they might be able to gatekeep the Illuminati. So that fight, not over yet.
Well, maybe see if we jump back into that at some point. So keeping an eye on Ghost and UYU. Playing in around shelter here. really good, strong defensible positions. You're actually able to keep your vehicles back in there out the way, keep those tires alive, which is so critical on a map like Erangel. So definitely keep an eye on this. Mezexis, though, Dave, talk about the idea of them wanting to take some early fights here, but of any team in the lobby with which to pick one, Nova is probably not the squad I would have gone with.
Yeah, I know I mentioned that they're eager to play, but early fight against Nova. Rin, Shifan, we heard in the interview how they are ready to go, primed. And very interesting just kind of spread that Mezexis have in general. It looks like they got 2 in the foothills. They got 1 all the way in the compound back down below. I don't know exactly what the play is, to be honest with you here, Viram.
Feeling like maybe Nova's also not 100% sure what the play is here. They're taking a little bit of time getting together, getting the vehicles in. Rin needs a ride, so we'll keep an eye on that as more fights are breaking out. This time it's with the Panthers and 19 Esports. Frady is going to drop. That's a huge part of the fragging power of the Panthers gone. Nade's not able to trade anything back. Lego would have to line up one. No, not even going to be close. Not a great amount of intel on where exactly 19E is. These feel like very disjointed fights, Dave. I feel like teams are just sort of running into each other and not necessarily giving this a whole lot of thought. I wonder if we are seeing a lot of different specific rotations on the day that are sort of causing teams to get caught off guard a little bit more. As Nova did opt to make the play, though, they were looped back in around, came down to the compound, and actually chose to sort of catch out that one player who you mentioned was split a little bit from the rest of the team.
Yeah, I like this a lot. They got 24K on that off angle, I believe, keeping Rin pinned down. So that's why we see those 2 players off on their own. Meanwhile, you got the 3v3 right here in the compound. Looks like Nova trying to open up this fight with a grenade. Let's see if they can connect here. We see a lot of smokes. We'll be blocking a lot of sight lines. And the smokes are coming from inside the compound.
Starlight giving themselves an option to get out should they need to, but nice shots from memory there. The off angle onto Kino, able to get that opening knock. Ooh, but YDD goes down, but that's how you double peek it. Shifan is there immediately to trade back. 24K is coming in, though. Might try and capitalize on this. Memory on the outside. Does 24K have the comms to know where they need to be pushing in here? The footsteps, though. Cannot win the... Oh, can win the 1v1. There's the drop shot to confirm the kill. Rin is there from behind to help back them up. The revive will come in from Shifan, but this is an opportunity for Mezexis to try and stabilize, get the reset here, as they are going to be looking to do that. Huge play, Dave.
Rin looking for the ricochet with this grenade over here. 24K is making their way up the stairwell. Rin, talk about awareness, knows exactly where to land these bad boys as 3 members of Nova making their way on up. And we were talking about those grenades. Rin to seal the deal, to seal the fate right there on Mezexis.
Still did lose 1 player in the process, so not ideal from them. The IGL does go down. While all this is going on, though, XSET, 5 kills. I talked about at the very start of this game, Dave. XSET in this area of Erangel is always deadly, making some slight changes to their rotations, and it seems like it's doing fantastic for them as Ogilvy is looking to pick a fight with BTOWN. And so far, BTOWN kind of in shambles here, Dave, as UIU is going out as well. This game of Erangel is starting to heat up.
Yeah, all these teams are pretty much playing the edge because XSET, like you mentioned, they're just dominating this hill, dead center. They're so split apart right now that they are covering just multiple angles, trying to third-party all these fights on the edge. And XSET, you just said 5, make that 6. They're going to be looking to capitalize their kill points this game. But over here on the edge, 19E, and looks like Ghost Gaming inside the shelter. Leon trying to pull up, maybe pinch him within. Could be an interesting play because Blue Zone is pushing.
The looming threat of Polo, though, who we talked about earlier, is certainly a threat. Sensa backing up, going to try and reconvene with Spec to get this revive, but they are not in this next circle, Dave. They're going to have to make a call. The blue is starting to do damage. You're reaching to that point now, going to circle 5, where you will have to respect big old Papa Blue. Yeah. Keep an eye on that fight. So we're jumping back over to Ogilvy and BTOWN, who were able to get the reset off. Ogilvy, only 3 players on that squad coming into this, not feeling comfortable taking that push. And man, I keep looking up the hill, as is everybody else, Dave, and you're right. It's just this, the overlords up there, it's XSET. They are covering so much ground. It's insane.
Yep, with a little 2-2 split, pretty much. They got Kill Switch and Polo looking towards the northwest, and J7 and J-Way looking out there over Lumber Mill. Yep, nice little visual right there. I got to go back. Smart play from Tenta. Tenta knows 100% that shelter entrance is being camped from 19E. So taking a little bit of blue zone damage as the last one alive from the squad, wrapping all the way around, popping in a vehicle and just somehow sending it right through 2 squad mates of the Panthers here. And right there on the cusp of this new zone, Tenta's goal right now, go for placements.
I mean, that was comedic to watch from that point of view, as we just watched Tensa just weave their way through multiple players. I mean, hugely clutch, because your team's still up and in this now. Again, Ghost Gaming in a pretty good spot overall, but again, I'm sure they have some unfortunate memories of this final week of league play from seasons past. They're going to remedy that as much as possible. It's really the only teams in this next circle are Nova Esports and XSET. XSET, though, who are taking fights on multiple angles. Keep an eye on this.
Oh, Polo and Kill Switch. Yeah, the duo out there on the edge. Caught right there. And now 19E going to be pushing uphill. So I think with the zone being so small and with the amount of teams alive, the 2-2 split, to hold it down at this point in the game just is too strong. You know what I'm saying? You got to group up right now and really assert your dominance. And looks like XS2 top fragger is going to be taken out right now.
They are indeed. Knights may come in and third partying this, so keep an eye on that. But I absolutely agree. I think that at this stage, if you're XSET, you've already gotten 7 kills. You've got to just group up and try and look for that chicken dinner, because that could be an absolutely massive influx of points. So we're seeing 19E trying to slog their way up this hill. The Knights is here on the flank, though, laying down a good cover of smokes. And actually, because of this, Dave, I don't actually think that 19E are very cognizant of where these rotations are coming in. Look at where Sam is looking. There's nobody there. They're not even aware that Knights have already looped all the way around them. 19 kind of slow to react. As Alucard, the anchor player, will rotate their way in. But already, Dave, 19E may find themselves in a position where they get gate kept, as all these teams on the western side have to try and make their way in. And the Panthers is one of them. Was being the optimal term there, as Tensa was actually able to pick up that kill.
Yeah, and I think it's we can kind of see that. Peaceful. How did Trickster even get right there behind Peaceful to tap him on the shoulder? I guess it happens, right? But 19E looks like they did find Tensa up there, and Tensa 10th place. That is going to be 1 point. Definitely, though, still a clutch rotation from Tensa in particular. 19E going to be pushing uphill now. And this is that fight you were talking about. 19E not necessarily aware, possibly, of the Knights downhill. Well, now we see Juicy trying to avoid these shots from Xenox.
Both teams were able to make their way into the next zone, which is huge. 19 do have the hard cover to work with, but they're still somewhat split, especially with that kill being able to come through Xenox. Unfortunate there, as we're seeing Ogilvy also getting eliminated. Yeah, this is the absolute correct play from Knights. Xenox is going to start things off. A little bit of revenge against the former teams. Coops is here as well. Juicy, great pre-fire there. Coops will actually go down, but there's the nade to follow up. Knights doing a fantastic job of leveraging the numbers advantage that they built for themselves, which means it all comes down to Sam. Xenox is priming the nade, the molly, whatever it is. Yes, which will force Sam back. And look up there in that wizard tower. Chico has taken the strong position. Toss a cheeky little nade, Dave. Just a cheeky little nade.
Sam, 4 kills so far. Top kill leader of the lobby. 5 kills onto 19E, trying to defend the first story of the guard tower. Chico is on the second somehow, bolting out, trying to wrap behind Sam, and the headshot from Alucard to take him out, but almost able to get Chico with that molly.
That was huge. I mean, almost killed his own teammate with it too. So yeah, you know, a little column A, a little column B. Yeah, a little bit. In the end, though, I got to give props. 19E held on, a really long time during all that. The Knights, though, I love the thought process there from them. We know we have the numbers advantage. We know we need to take over this spot. We can't wait, so why wait? Let's go. Zero hesitation. And hesitation does not have a place here in our last week of league play, Dave, as it looks like the Knights are already on to the next fight. Loot, heal, reset, reposition. That's the name of the game here as we're trying to climb this hillside. What a fantastic final series of circles here, Dave. A lot of open terrain, but a good amount of cover to work with as well. Sight lines are going to be key.
I like how the Knights are also leapfrogging from one little dip to another instead of just straight up sending it right here. They're playing this one really smart, making sure to keep their whole squad alive, making sure to cover each other's backs as well. And they're going to be throwing out these smokes to block some sightlines from the Illuminati as they just slowly continue to crawl their way into the edge right now of these news circles.
100%. I think that, the leapfrogging is exactly it. They go in, they scout, they set up, gather their intel, lay down smokes, they assess what's going on, and then set up for the next push. They're not overextending, which is something that we see teams do time and again. They feel the pressure of the blue at their backs, and it makes them hasty. Knights is moving just fast enough. So we're also able to see Nova take out XSET while this is going on, Dave. So that's another heavy hitter already out of the lobby as well. And Nova with 3 players up and alive. Another potential threat here, especially if they can spot out the Knights.
Yeah, really like this angle here. Sheepon getting a lot of intel, and we see how strong this spot is. Could just pop up, take some shots, and dip right back down. That rock, that boulder. I know we don't have deployable shields, but it doesn't get any closer. And WallStreetBets, hey, shout out to 7 right there on the desk. Still 1 spot for that fan club. 4 alive here on the edge. They got a couple kills to go with it. Now they need to survive the YDD gunfire.
Do indeed, and they need to survive the Illuminati as well. Putting some shots into the back. Baba gonna drop. Baba, a lot of fans out there in the community. I'm sure they're hoping that WallStreetBets is able to get them back up and in this. But while this distraction is going on, YDD with the big nades, potentially going to look to put an end to this dream that WallStreetBets is bringing for themselves. But a great little reposition there, Dave. That actually saved their lives. This is giving a chance for Steve-O to try and keep some of that pressure off them on this eastern flank. Able to get down multiple. Remember these Illuminati. Steve-O is going huge as Kings just got to run.
Yeah, it looks like Steve-O and Devotion trying to deal with the Illuminati while Big Drago and Baba deal with Nova. So they're taking 2 different fights at the same time. And we can kind of see the results of that here. Their backline, one was knocked, and now they're getting collapsed from both sides.
And this is the problem when you try and take a fight on 2 different fronts simultaneously. You spread yourself a little bit too thin, which is what we're seeing here. Able to outlive. Boring protocol, though, is a big one, as the Knights, getting blessed with the zone once again, are going to continue to push in, be that additional threat on top of all of this, as Nova is getting pinched in the exact same way. They need to clean up this fight with WallStreetBets, Dave, if they have a chance of trying to turn this around to deal with Knights. They've got to get this one done.
The Knights just took this zone. Like, they took it. They're the only squad right now. They're trying to spread out. They're trying to hold down all these angles while everybody else is on the outskirts just fighting for scraps here. YDD in the smokes. See a couple snakes out here. Steve-O hitting that quick reload on the DP, but Baba trying to mow down the grass out here. Missing a couple shots. Can we connect? All we're looking for is just 1 headshot thing. I know you got it, Baba. Keep doing it, Baba. Go hit him.
I mean, WallStreetBets has done a fantastic job of keeping these players up and alive. AZ will drop, though, as Xenox going on a wide wrap here. A huge split coming in from the Knights, but they're able to cover so much ground in the process. However, Coops on the outside does end up dropping. Maybe they're playing themselves a little bit too far, but Devotion, the beautiful angle there onto Nova, and that's just it. Nova's out. WallStreetBets able to actually outlive them because of the pressure from the Knights. While all this is going on, the circle's going to continue to center up, but it's going to give us a space for them to be able to get Coops back up in this. Xenox, such a threat, though. And I don't know if Devotion is going to be... No, that's just it. Knights just get the win. What was that finish, Dave? The Knights get that chicken dinner like it's nothing.
Xenox, 7 kills that game, too. And we were kind of talking about it. We started to recognize their leapfrogging towards the end game. Let's pull up the match ranking, by the way. But I really appreciate how they don't just crash. Like, they didn't crash onto that guard tower. They pulled up to a little dip to keep their vehicles alive and allow them to peek over the dip, take some shots, you know, feel out the area, throw a grenade, throw a molly. And just playing slow, methodical like that is the Knights in a nutshell. And that's why they got the chicken dinner. They play this style every single game. And when it works out, it just looks amazing. 13 kill points, by the way. The highest kill leaders of game number 1.
I mean, this is just the Knights with a game plan, executing it. Able to unleash Xenox and Coops, able to put them at the head of their own little duo pack, have the support behind them. 13 kills. this was the nights I was looking forward to this week. This was the nights that we know can occur, and oh boy, got to give props to WallStreetBets, though, and of course, other teams like XSET, Nova, even the Illuminati, Dave, able to survive through this, so props to them. Unfortunate opening, though, for squads like Ogilvy, like Yo, like UIU, Mezexis, Dave. These are teams, you know, that looking towards making this last Super Weekend. For a team like Yo or Mezexis, it's a must. It's not a we would like to, it's a we have to.
Honestly, I didn't even know Yo was playing this game. What happened? Did they like take out each other? I know Jukes is very hyped for this squad today. I said, good luck, Jukes. But looking at this, top 3 Xenox, 1K damage. And what's so impressive, too, is talking to Coops before today, Coops told me the one thing they need to work on is their end game team fights. Just to have clear communication to pinpoint exactly where these enemies are and to see that plan be unfolded or whatever, worked on, I guess is the word here, in game number 1. It just goes to show you, like, when teams make a plan and they have a goal, it's a lot easier to execute that goal compared to just coming into the games like, let's just try our best, let's just have fun type of deal. And I think with solid goals, you can achieve results, and they got that winner chicken dinner here at BTOWN.
I felt like we were watching a set strat unfold. The way up, player A moved up with the vehicle. The smokes came down. Player B and C followed. You had an anchor. Continued to gather intel. Rinse, repeat. Oh, man.
Goals,
see if they
man.
can continue
Goals.
to repeat it. I know. That's goals right there. We'll see if they can continue it, because that's only game number 1 on the day, which means we need to head to a short break. Back to analysts. When we come back, it's game number 2.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back, folks, to the PMPL, and the PMPL loves hanging out with the guys from OnePlus. The OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, fantastic. Absolutely where you want to be. You want to be towards the top as well, and the Knight's going to be towards the top here. 2,700 damage. 7, that's a lot.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And we saw what happened there with Xenox when he shows up as well. He was able to put up 1,000 damage, 7 kills out of those 13 kills. And not only that, Alucard, I mean, this is a player that I've always said that he doesn't get as much credit as he deserves. He was able to put up almost 600 damage with 4 kills too. But Nova doesn't actually fall back from that. They had Shifan, I think it might have been the interview. We caster curse him in a good way. By him being able to talk to us, he got 690 damage out of those 2,000 damage from Nova and 4 kills. Interesting stuff though that we've been seeing here. They play YDD today, so I would like to know, maybe we can run that interview back at some point. I would like to know why they keep changing those 2 players. We do have XSET there showing up with 7 kills, 1,300 damage. WallStreetBets as well. Don't worry, WallStreetBet fans, we'll be able to talk about that, even though my boy Dave almost ended up caster cursing Baba OP, my number 1 fan. And then we got Boring Protocol right there with 3 kills at 1,100 damage. And then as we go down the line, a big surprise for me here as well is 3 teams: Boring Protocol, the Illuminati, and Mezexis Esports NA, because these are the 3 teams that definitely have to make sure they make it to the Super Weekend. So great start for them.
It's a great start for some of these teams. I think really what you want to look for, I said it last week, and I warned you guys that I would say this a lot: consistency. That's what we're talking about here. And I got to bring up the Knights. The Knights here are not consistent, and that's my issue. When we see them during league play, they look fantastic. But then when Super Weekend comes around, Glitter, they seem to find a struggle.
Yeah, and you know, we were talking about it while we were watching them, because this game felt like the Knights that we have come to know and love. Like, this is the scary team that just puts on a performance time in and time out. And then we get to Super Weekend and, you know, it's just not the same. So we're actually comparing their average stats here from league play versus Super Weekend so far. Okay, you can see that obviously there's less matches played on the league play side of things, and their averages are still better with almost half the amount of matches played. I don't know what is happening here, but over 1,500 damage per game, 600 heals, almost 8 average kills versus a 4.7 average. I mean, the survival time is better, but generally the performance overall is better. And I mean, like I said, Seven, I don't know what the difference is, what's changing for them from league play to Super Weekend. I don't know if it's the teams rotating in the different groups versus a set 16 teams that we're looking at, but we want to see the league play version of Knights in that last Super Weekend.
We definitely do, and I mean, this is kind of like a sneak peek of what we saw last week too. This is kind of what we were seeing. We saw Xenox being able to step it up in a big way. He might be getting more comfortable now with his teammates. And then we saw Coops as well. Coops had, even though he didn't show up there in top players, he was actually able to out damage what Alucard was able to do. Coops himself ended up with 733 damage, 1 kill to his name too. So I mean, things are starting to fall into place. I'm just with you, Glitter. I want to see this team be able to perform in Super Weekend, and especially even if they are going to be performing like this, keep performing like this going into finals. Hopefully there's no drop off there.
You know, I'm going to go. So I've got this team, the Knights, where they perform well, and I'm kind of surprised when they don't stand up like we expect them to. I'm going to give the other side now. WallStreetBets, they're a team that came in to the open qualifiers, and then they've kind of struggled, but we've seen moments of greatness here and there. Little pop here, little pop there. Seven, WallStreetBets, you've talked a lot about Baba here. I mean, this squad, they've been stepping up when it counts.
They definitely are. And listen, I'm not a player fan. I am a team fan. And I've been a fan of this team since the start too with WallStreetBets. Now, a huge turn up here. And the reason why I wanted to show the stats, besides Baba OP having the less damage out of all the 4 players, is actually Devotion. Devotion ended up with the most damage. I'm used to seeing that out of Drago, and not just the most damage, he ended up with getting 4 kills. King is actually not playing on that first match, which is interesting because King had a very, to put it in nice words, very bad Super Weekend for him. So it's interesting that this sub that they currently did is working out in their favor. We have seen Steve-O being able to step it up. And to give credit to Baba, he did have a great Super Weekend. I'm hoping that they're able to kind of transition that into this week of league play. Because if they want to make it to the Super Weekend, they're going to have more than just Drago playing. They're going to have to more than just Drago being able to put up the kills, the average survival time, the damage, all of that time. They definitely need Devotion to keep on doing what he's been doing. For him to be able to put up close to 500 damage, that is a huge plus for this team. This team definitely has what it takes. If they can get older players running to where they need to be, if they can get their fraggers getting the kills that they're supposed to be getting, this team has the possibility to make it to the finals. And I believe in them. As I said, I'm just not one player fan. I believe in this team. I believe Drago has been very consistent. Devotion, a pleasant surprise here for me. I'm excited to see how this team is going to be able to finish this week of league play.
And that's the idea here. I've been looking towards WallStreetBets. I know a lot of you guys for the first couple of weeks had eyes on them. Well, predictions coming through. I'll be honest. I played it a little bit safe and didn't put WallStreetBets up here this time around. But I think we did have somebody go for him. It was Dave. Of course, I mean, he's their logo. So, like, obviously. But, I put Knights, Ghost, and Nova. I think Nova, you just can't go wrong with. Ghost Gaming, I'm expecting them to bounce back. And I picked Knights because it's league play, and this is where they're good. If this was Super Weekend, I wouldn't have said Knights. So, Glitter, talk to me a little bit about, I guess, XSET. You had XSET here.
Yeah, I did. Honestly, these were almost my safe picks as well. I kind of second guessed myself. And Virum was actually a lot closer to what my initial kind of gut reaction was, but I still do feel good about the fact that I've got Ghost, Nova, and XSET. I know that we have seen a little bit of a fall off from XSET, and obviously in this first game I think Ghost struggled a little bit here, but generally these are some of our most consistent teams across everything, whether that's league play, whether that's Super Weekend, and I'm expecting them to, even if it's not this exact top 3 order, these teams are very likely to be in our top 3.
7, dude, are you okay? Are you all right?
Let me explain to you my Dope Esports LLC. Let me explain to you my boring protocol. And let me explain to you the pro era. See, ladies and gentlemen, we have everybody just picking their top 3, people expecting them to make it to the Super Weekend. I want it to be a little bit toxic. We are in that close to Halloween era. I wanted to pick the teams that I don't think they're going to make it. That's why you're not seeing WallStreetBets here, because I know they're going to make it. When it comes to teams that aren't going to make it for me, our Dope Esports LLC, our boring protocol, our pro era, these teams just haven't showed me what I'm used to seeing out of them or what I expect to see out of these teams when they get to this caliber of level of gameplay. And that's why I have those 3 teams not making it to the Super Weekend. I hope they prove me wrong, but I just got to throw that a little bit of toxicity in.
You know, I was going to roast you, but the graphic title was predictions. So if you predict the bottom, technically you're correct.
True.
Technically correct is the best kind. So shout outs to 7 as he gets this one done. Of course, shout out to you guys. Shout us out online. Hashtag PMPL. Find us everywhere you find your PUBG Mobile. Then you guys can get it out and tell us your predictions. Y'all think Dope Esports can make it? You mad at 7 for that one? I'm not, but like if you are, you can use the hashtag and let them know. So that's absolutely the right use for that. Erangel was the last map. We're going to be flipping over to Miramar this time around, just flopping back and forth between these 2 maps, and Miramar is the next spot we're going to go. Very, very fun here. We will say goodbye to Group D and see the rest of everybody else. So no Panthers, no Yo, and WallStreetBets, the team we were just talking about, they will be sitting down. A, B, C, E. We'll be playing. Absolutely excited to see these squads take it up on Miramar. So thank you so much to our analysts. We're going to say hello to our commentators. They were here for map 1 and they're back for map 2. All right, let's see if I can do this. It is Mustache Virum on the call.
We were supposed the lawyers involved, Tom. It's not, the world's not ready yet, okay? Look, it's fine. This is fine. We're here. We're back. Tom's still here. Are we here? The analysts are here. Maybe I'm somewhere. Dave, how are you doing, sir?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. We're throwing it in. You know, Mom's spaghetti out here. Ratatouille is in the kitchen cooking up with the hat on. So I like how 7 said, oh, I predicted the bottom teams. Listen, I predicted teams too. So technically, I'm right because it was predictions. So we're all right because we all predicted a team. So 7, I don't know, man. I feel like if Dope were to come out on top, you'd be like, I told everybody, no one believed me. Or if they come out on the bottom, it's like, I told everybody.
No, he's
So
been
it's like,
too. He's been open about it.
He knows what he's doing.
There's
He knows
no
what
going
he's
back. There's no going back now. Well, that ship has sailed.
Oh, man. It is what it is here at BTOWN. It is what it is.
Look, if you're one of those teams, Dave, I would be all, maybe a little mad, maybe a little, let's make 7 look like a dummy. Who knows? Maybe that's what we'll end up seeing here. Maybe one of those teams will step up because they absolutely need to, because they only have 8 games over the next 2 days to secure their spot in that 3rd and final Super Weekend. Just like you should go out and secure yourself a OnePlus 9 Pro. Check them out. Thank you so much for being a fantastic partner here for the PUBG Mobile Pro League as we get into our 2nd game on the day. Dave, that is an easy sentence to say, I promise.
2nd game of the day, Dave. And after that 2nd game of the day, Dave, Coops and Polo are now tied for 93 kills out of the entirety of the event, to be clear. This is counting both league play and super weekends. But Coops is still up there with almost 20k damage, while Polo is there with 18k damage. I love looking at these numbers. I just love looking at it. I know they might be irrelevant, but regardless, I'm a fan, like Seven said, of some players here, and I love to keep tabs on some of these top players in the lobby. And I haven't really been talking about Tensa. Tensa's number 3 with 90 kills, right? So Tensa has been putting in some work here for Ghost Gaming.
And it's I don't know, Dave, maybe this is partially our fault. I feel like we always talk about Tensa, we hype up Tensa, but when they're on, like when he's on the screen, but like when we're talking about those other top players up there, I feel like maybe sometimes don't give them enough love. Just like Kisix didn't give love to hitting the eject button, just having no love there.
No
on
love.
the bottom of the map.
7 did predict them to not qualify. Coincidence? I think not.
Oh no, unfortunate. More unfortunate for Memory though, I think, who just got run over by the hit list. But, we're off to a start, Dave.
There's
We're
some
off to a
things
start.
going on. Yeah,
there are
there's
things
definitely
happening.
some things going on here. So boring protocol, we kind of touched on them. I know they want to keep 4 alive towards zone number 5. Like that was their goal. We were talking about goals last game with Coops, with Knights, with Kisix all the way down there to the south. That goal, okay, good luck, Kisix. And we'll keep up to date with that because right here, right now, Los Leones, we got the Knights versus Dope Esports LLC on opposite ends of the city. And you have to bet they both are aware of each other's presence because of the parachutes, of course.
Yeah, they will be aware that there's another squad nearby. But at this stage, I doubt we're going to see too much early fighting, too much early aggression. Again, Knights, a totally team that, or actually a lot of these teams could feel comfortable executing, could feel comfortable doing so. But don't leave things to chance. And I know even for a lot of these teams, Dave, the better they can do on day 1, in particular, those first 4 games, the more they could just go out and chill and try stuff on day 2. Put up an absolutely crazy, insane day, on the first one. And that gives you so much freedom and flexibility to try different stuff. We talked about earlier, potential some hot drops on day number 2 here. So I don't expect us to see anything too wild, too crazy all in today. So tomorrow might even get a little bit spicier.
Wild and Crazy is my middle name. Mustache, Wild and Crazy Dave. That's a
good name.
It's a great name. It's a great name. That's why, when FDOT is trying to change it up, making it Mustache, Wild and Crazy Dave in Virum, it's like, I don't know.
It doesn't have the same ring. It doesn't have the
I
same.
appreciate it. But,
same.
The LLC behind it, I don't know. It's a lot of paperwork, and I don't know if I got time for that right now. So getting back into the game here, that's what I was doing. I was looking at numbers. So I agree with you. Oh, wow. Look at this spot, though. I mean, can you even... Are you gonna?
Are they even rendered at that point?
Build a plane and
a little Wile E. Coyote action. Just
yeah,
get a glider off it. Yeah,
you definitely have intel as far as scouting out the whole map of Miramar. You'd be like, okay, yeah, I see Syndicate all the way up in Campo Militar. Oh, okay, but
are you
SKS.
Are you going to do this? With an SKS too?
It's like, I see Kissik's all the way down there on the southern coast from here. I like this spot, though. I love for this zone to just continue to shrink right on top of this and Nova get a chicken dinner, honestly, because this is commitment.
I mean, especially because Chiffon, like, level 1 helm, 1 stim, 3 first aids. Like,
you're committed.
They're committed to this high ground, and they don't necessarily have the resources. I don't know how many smokes they have, but it's probably not enough. So that's something that I'm a little bit concerned about. I overall like the position, but it's definitely a bit of a risk. If things don't move, or you know what, it's not that much risk for the early game. They will probably still have a chance to reset half of it. So you know what, we'll trust Nova. They know what's going on here. As the hit lists are, I mean, they had a lot of fun with vehicles to start this off. I mean, they got a vehicle kill onto Nova to start the game. So hey, they can't be complaining too much. But already we're seeing some potential. I mean, basically every team is inside the circle already, Dave. This circle was incredibly friendly right off the start. No problems there. But that does mean, and because of the nature of Miramar, we might actually see some more early fights.
Yeah, we might. And one team I'm looking at here for early possible fight has to be UIU. I know we don't see them right here, but I see Jag doing some scouting kind of north of Coops, and UIU is an interesting one because I know Trey was talking about, I'm going to keep going back to goals because I always ask players, like, what's the goal for today? I don't ask them like, oh, what's the goal for the whole? No, what's the goal? What do you guys want to work on here today? One thing at a time. And Trey said, working on team fights, playing together as a unit. So the reason I'm bringing that up, I know it's early game, but Jag was way far. And I feel like if Jag was to get spotted on a rotate, maybe even tagged, a vehicle, tire pop, they're so far from their teammates that they're probably going to get taken out here. So when I'm thinking about a game plan, I'm thinking play together as a unit. I'm thinking you guys are going to be rotating next to each other as a unit compared to just all off doing your own things, because that's one thing that Trey said is that some games it feels like we're all just playing our own game as individuals, not as a team. Yeah, that's why I brought it up. Just like AZ scaling this, dude. This game's crazy, okay? What's going on? What was the mindset? AZ's like, yeah, I'm going to sneak up behind Chiffon. I'm definitely going to get him here with my truck. Definitely.
Could you imagine if the truck had rolled over him at the bottom of after all that? Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Insults meet injury.
AZ, respect.
And well, of course, that's the old team, too. So, like, that
old team.
To be fair, a lot of folks have played on Nova. I thought that last fight when Mezexis
I played on Nova.
Starlight. they've had a decent number of players over the top.
Back to UIU, though. Yeah, back to UIU. They want to play as a unit. They want to play as a team. I'm seeing a lot of separation right here.
Coops is capitalizing on that. I thought that was a bolt action with how fast Blinky just dropped, but instead it was the laser sight of Coops. And this is the lack of hesitation that I talked about in the last game. Knights know exactly what they need to do to get the job done. Great return nade, though, from Salt. Coops will have to stabilize, create some space for Alucard to move in, but Salt using those audio cues to perfection. There goes the nade. Not able to catch Alucard, though. He'll have to try and back up, reset with the rest of the squad, leaving the teammate for dead, I think. Blinky, I'm sorry, but you're not going to get picked up this time around. If I'm Salt, Dave, I think I just try and leave and live, but Coops and the rest of the Knights not keen to let that happen, and so, because of this, UIU decide they don't want to play as individuals, Dave. They're going to come in, and they're going to fight this together.
Yeah, you need to. You need to. They want to work on playing together as a team. You need to work on getting Blinky out of this situation, and Blinky gonna be confirmed right there, making this a 2v4 because Jag's still all the way out there playing off angle in the distance.
I'm not sure if Jag has a vehicle that then they can maybe bring them in, or maybe not wanting to give away that audio cue to leverage an off angle, because that's the one thing that Knights is doing here. They all are holding the exact same angle, and ooh, this is the risky maneuver, but good bit of driving, and they will be able to escape. And honestly, I think at that point, Dave, that's the only call you can make. If your goal is to play for a chicken dinner, if your goal is just to go in and see if you can take a fight, stick it out, see what you can do. But if the goal is to win this game of PUBG Mobile, that was absolutely the play. But man, again, this is just Knights. I wish we saw more of this in the Super Weekends, Dave, because I legitimately think they could be. There's no reason why they shouldn't be in our top 5.
Well, no, it's a good time, though, to see it now, because if they can make sure to qualify, which I predict they will, they can just continue on, you know, with that same kind of play style, that same mentality that they are demonstrating here today. And just like a refined machine, it takes time to really. And you made a great point. You said on the desk last game that you feel like it's now looking like Xenox and Coops are synergizing together a little bit better compared to like week 1, week 2. And I agree with you as well. So I think now is a great time, honestly, towards the end, right before the finals hit. And that is definitely one of those teams that a lot of people, when they saw the pickup from Xenox, they're like, okay, this team is going places.
It is, but it's also one of those times where just because you put 4 of the best players on one team doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be the best team. It takes time to develop synergy, and it takes time to make sure that the personalities can work together, the shot calls are there, but I think the Knights have been slowly but surely working their way towards that. The improvement has been there, so I'm excited to see this team continue to work, continue to grow, as the rest of the lobby has been growing, because Dave, you know, it's easy to look at a team in a vacuum and say, oh, this team has gotten better from, you know, day 1 to day 20 or whatever it is. But when the whole lobby is getting better too, I think it minimizes that sometimes. And I want, like a team like BTOWN, for instance, this is a team with so much potential. They've had some great individual plays, but sometimes it gets overshadowed just because they're playing against so many other fantastic players. So I want these teams, when they're looking back at the VODs and they're watching the review, if they're listening to the cast right now, celebrate the wins that you're getting because you're playing against some of the best. Oh. As unfortunately for Seagut there in Pro Era, the best is to be not immediately destroyed on impact.
Mango doesn't want nobody touching that garage, that truck right there. And they're going to be making their way up this hill. This hill, very difficult because remember, yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Nova also going to have sight lines. Oh. Ooh, nice little shot there, though. Really looking to see if Shifan, I know they're all the way up there, but can they even get an angle over here to provide that cover fire, make sure YDD doesn't get knocked out? Possibly. Very interesting. You got that uphill that Pro Era are using, and then you got Nova on one mountaintop and the Illuminati on the other. Pro Era are going to have a challenge right now making it up that hill.
They are indeed. Keep an eye on that fight, as well as potential one that's breaking out here between BTOWN and Ghost, which I think is a little bit more immediate, as Peaceful was unfortunately eliminated from Ghost to start this one off. I think caught out in the open and then confirmed, yes, Spec was able to do that. As we're seeing a little bit of back and forth already, Dave, and we talk about how different this map is than, say, a map compared to, let's say, Sandhawk. Sandhawk, one of those maps where if you take early fights, if take them, end them quick because you're going to get collapsed on. A map like Miramar, teams are a little bit more comfortable taking these longer drawn-out fights because Lazarus, they know there's less likelihood. Did we just witness Lazarus just get absolutely blitzed?
I didn't mean to go there, but Lazarus just got clapped from Knights, man. We were talking about Knights, and Knights, they're like, in Virum, we're just getting warmed up here, man. Man. I think that was Lazarus's first match too, right? Yeah, so that one hurts.
Hello, goodbye. Welcome to the lobby. See you later.
It happens. It happens. So Ghost looking to reposition. I was going to say, I like how Ghost, they had those compounds nice and spread out, but they were close enough to provide cover for one another. And talk about providing cover. Well, it looks like Ogilvy have some cover from up above from 19E, who are definitely going to be third party in this fight. That's 19E's bread and butter. Third party. They love the third party. So let's see if they'll be able to take advantage of this potential push between Ogilvy and UIU.
And Ogilvy here, a bit more split, but 19 could come in and capitalize on this. Vurex is going to need to be very cautious. The rest of the squad, I think at this point, you've got 2 members of UIU in front of you. They need to make the play now because the longer they take, the higher the chances are that they start to get third-partied, which is exactly what is happening now. This is an opening that Trey needs. Great shots there into Natsuo, who is one of those players, Dave. I talked about when I'm putting together like a top 4 crazy squad. They're what I'm keeping my eyes on. As I'm looking at the road as well, you can see vehicles coming into the background. This is about to start to get very hectic because none of these players are in the next zone, Dave. Dope is just going to drive on by, or as I say that, no, they're not. getting knocked right out of their vehicles. Great team shooting from Ogilvy, and now Dope is caught out on the road. That is not the spot to be, especially with Leon lurking in the distance.
It was like Ogilvy and UIU both just in the heat of the battle, and they saw a tasty treat just roll right by. Both squads started taking shots at Dope Esports LLC. And not only are those two teams taking shots, but the third-party kings from above, 19E, also trying to get involved here. Ooh, Trey, though, nice knock on a Nasuo.
I mean, these are two players with lasers. Natsuo and Trey, I've noticed. Just if there's a chance to get a headshot, these players will find it. But Salt, I love this play. The confidence coming in, has to pull off the revive, but the audio cue, great play from Glaz in response. Tracking through the smoke with the footsteps while all that's going on. Dope gets knocked out, which means it all comes down to Trey from UIU here on the edge with the blue pushing in. They've got to make the call. Natsuo will be able to get the first aid off, but you're running out of time. Dave, they just got to make the call. Trey holding strong. Ogilvy, make the play.
Yeah, I think so. Instead, it looks like they'd be popping into a vehicle, missing a tire. I don't know if that's the play. Trey, the last one alive, and is gone from the grenade out here. Next zone did go on up, so 19E can kind of play the third-party gatekeeper role a little longer here. And they're not only looking at the east, they're also looking at the north, who the Knights use this main road to try to take cover in this warehouse. And Acer from above just laying down the shots.
Are indeed taking some back a little bit here, but Coops going down. Not ideal. This Knights are taking a decent amount of damage here just outside of Power Grid, San Martin. This is just a very treacherous bit of terrain that these teams are all going to have to traverse. Again, high risk, high reward. Is Alucard is just going to send it. Go for it. What a gutsy play, and it pays off. Acer, uncharacteristically, missing a few shots, which is exactly the kind of opening that the Knights need to try and stabilize. But a team that won't be able to do that. Dave, 0 points. It's XSET.
Dude, these grenades are bouncing through the door. The bounce got some damage. We saw Acer. It was Acer, I think, last season on Sandhawk got an incredible grenade to get the win. Acer knows how to angle these grenades. That grenade didn't get the knock, but it definitely gave him that love tap.
Gave him a scare, that's for sure. It's October, you know, you got to be careful with that. As we're seeing the fight now, Nova, Ghost, two of these top teams, two squads with so much on the line in order to prove who is truly the best in North America. Spec doing a fantastic job peeking over cover. YDD will drop, but the trade comes in from Rin. Very grouped together are the Ghosts. Bit more of a spread from Nova. We'll see if they're able to leverage that, but they've got a player caught way out in the open. Ghost and crew with the hard cover. Nade flies over top, but Gfon here on the flank, Dave. One big nade can be huge, but I talked about this at the start of the game. They didn't take a lot of time to loot. They don't have as many resources. They don't have the util to dump into this as they would like, and because of it, Ghost looks like they're going to be able to reset.
Yeah, these smokes right here. Isajat might be pulling up behind, maybe backstab Ghost in this nice little dip, but I do appreciate the pre-fire from Rin right there. They knew exactly the angle that Tensa might pop up to take them shots on the Chiffon, making sure to pre-fire that head. All it takes is one headshot. That's the one tap dirt napping. Ghost in the bull. Isajat above. I believe HH24 recognizing the danger, and Isajat just pulling back there.
I think that's 100% the play. It is, of course, a 4v3 situation between Ghost and Nova. Nova did lose that one player early, which seems to be a bit of a trend for them. Still pretty scary as a squad, but Ghost with the advantage will go a long way. Speaking of advantages, at least the numbers immediately here. Pro Era's got it. We saw great team shooting earlier from Pro Era, but not able to find it now as Juicy is getting pushed from multiple angles, multiple sides. There's nothing you can do about that, which means Acer's just got to dip, just got to try and survive, make it into this next zone. That was a really nice play from Pro Era. Dave, they've got 4 kills to boot. They're coming alive here on Miramar.
Yeah, they were pinned. Remember, they were pinned making their way up that hill, so they were able to avoid getting pinched and get back into the action over here, though. Ghost Gaming, we got Tensa and Spec looking to continue to survive against 3 members of Nova. Rin with the UMP connecting on to Tensa. Oh, baby! Rin, the wrecking ball out here. 2 points. underneath their belt. 5 for Nova, just in time. The next zone goes up, so Nova, they have a nice little pathway to claim that southern part of the new circle to themselves.
That's huge. They can loot up on Ghost Gaming, reset. Oh, wow, off the back of that ADS, pops out into the hip fire. Zero hesitation. Incredible play here from Nova, who are potentially running into some scattered members of BTOWN. But this is going to slow them down. Dave, this is not the fight they want to take, don't want to think about. They just want to rotate into this next circle.
Got him! Yeah,
that wasn't even like
BTOWN,
on purpose.
I think BTOWN definitely missed opportunity. They should have third-partied the fight while it was happening. Instead, pushing out now after Nova got the reset and the heal up. Yeah, it's only a duo, but we're talking about Rin. Like, Rin is number 3, number 4 in the entirety of the lobby here. So let's see how it unfolds.
And now we're seeing Jat coming in on the outside. Great shots there onto Rin. YDD is there, and I actually think that Jat might have done enough. Because of that down that Nova got, they split themselves up. They got picked apart, took fights against 2 different teams, and because of that, Dave, like, they needed to back up, get in vehicles, and go. But they got a knock. They got a little bit, maybe a little bit overzealous, a little bit hungry for that kill point. And because of that, Chiffon went off on his own, got caught out by another squad, and then you take that delayed fight against BTOWN 3v2. That is an uncharacteristic mistake from Nova, and one that I definitely think stems from them feeling themselves a little bit there, hot off that win against the fight against Ghost, thinking they could do a little bit too much.
Yeah, pretty much BTOWN, the duo, they're going to be able to take up that position. I was assuming Nova would be able to take up down there in the south, and just in time because we got the hit list looking to rotate into the Illuminati. Right behind the hit list, Mezexis also, and this terrain, it's not going to help you. We see a lot of wide open fields. Yeah, there's a couple bowls, couple dips here and there, but this terrain is barren.
It is indeed. Maybe a rock, maybe a boulder, maybe a tree, maybe it's Jat G in the air and then immediately getting taken out. As that is the Illuminati looking to hold the ground against the hit list. King Hua trying to, but the shots coming in from the hit list are just a little bit too much. Mezexis at range is here as well. But nice shots coming in from Landland at range. And the Illuminati, Dave, stepping up from a lackluster performance we saw from them early on in the Super Weekend. Unable to get the play in this last weekend, which means so much is riding on their shoulders coming into this. And I think, at least so far, they're rising to the challenge. But they've got to get through Mezexis, who have that player advantage.
Yeah, now's the time. And look at this. Looks like Syndicate's going to be able to help out the Illuminati just a little bit from the north. Syndicate, first game of the evening. They're a team that is really good at using their numbers to their advantage towards that late game. Syndicate, they're a team that likes to stay low, likes to stay underneath the radar and then just show up late game with the entirety of the squad. So really curious if they could do that right now as Acer, M16, Burst Fire trying to take some shots through that smoke.
Keeping an eye on how this circle is continuing to shift. Syndicate benefiting, Pro Era as well. But what I love about this, Dave, of the big names, those top 5s, those top dogs, it's just Acer left from 19. It is all those teams who desperately need this. It's the Illuminati, it's BTOWN, it's Mezexis. You know, these are squads who are so close to, claiming their time in the sun, showing us they deserved, be counted amongst the absolute stars of the PMPL, but they've got to make it happen right now, and for Landland at least, that was not to be. Great job from Mezexis with 9 kills. Dave, this is the team we needed to see step up.
Dude, Acer as solo up there on the edge of zone, a solo, destroying Syndicate on their push. Syndicate right now, they're trying to avoid this sightlines from Acer. They're trying to get behind this boulder so Acer can't take shots at them anymore. And that's going to expose them a little bit down here to the south towards Mezexis, who might be aware of their presence.
Acer is one of those absolute veterans. One of those longtime stars here in NA. Not too surprised they can hold it on solo. But speaking of solo, Jat is exactly that same position down there in the bowl where those nades. I mean, how many do you have, 24K? How many?
This, and not only that, I saw Pro Era, such a Pro Era play. They see a shack, the only shack in the zone. 2 squad mates piled up in that shack. And there might be 3. All 3 going for that shack right there. Like, that's a pro era play if I've ever seen one. So good luck to them. Hopefully they can survive, maybe walk out that shack, in a top 2 situation right now because everybody's fighting on the edge.
Dave.
I love it.
Good luck to them. Good luck to them, he says. So much good humor in his voice.
That's what I would do. That's what I would do. So,
all right. I mean, look, they've got a piece of hardcover. I can't fault them. This, Mezexis are looking to push in right here. Chat. I mean, it took about 8 grenades, but hey, they were able to get it done in the end. BTOWN going out in 5th place. Not too bad overall, but this opens up that entire side of the circle for Mezexis. They're looking towards Syndicate as well. Acer's still holding off in the back, and that's where the circle did rotate. So Mezexis are actually the one that have to move. They're going to be the ones that have to set the pace and pushing into this great defensive line that Syndicate have. This is actually going to be incredibly hard to do, especially with Starlight getting caught out early on. And Brain doing some work here as Lie's going to fall as well. That big gun is doing some work as now Mezexis have to completely rethink this push. They may try and go around the other way, try and take the fight with Pro Era instead. I don't think they have much of a choice. Pro Era pushing their way out. Fishy is caught as Hughes going down as well.
Fishy is just running, just trying to survive right now. Pin healing out there in the open. 24K will spot him with the M4. And here comes Acer on fire, but not done fighting. Acer versus Fishy. They're trying to get the heal up. Fishy inside the compound, getting that bandage, getting that boost. And Acer, that grenade's so close. Who's going to win this one? Fishy, Uzi, Acer almost low, swapping on over to the M4. Acer hitting the deck, waiting for the possible push out here. Both players healing up.
They're both going to reset on the back of this. Molly comes in, forces Acer to reposition just outside of the range. Great game knowledge there. Fishy is going in and around, runs it on top of the nade, but beautifully done from Fishy. Here's the nade getting thrown, knows there's going to be a moment where Acer doesn't have his gun out, will have to respond. What a heads-up play from Fishy to keep Pro Era in this and into the top 3.
Close. And they have a nice little wall, too. Nice little half wall that they could just prone behind and just chill pretty much. As it looks like 24K did take up that Pro Era shack. Might have a little note back there from Fishy saying, good luck to you, because 3 squad mates of Syndicate right now camping that one shack.
Keep an eye on how this pressure continues to go in. 24K will have to move at some point. They know there's one player off in the distance, but right now this is looking fantastic for Syndicate, a team who have had chicken dinners that have sort of just materialized. They don't necessarily have the most kills in all of this, but they're able to put themselves in great positions, which is exactly what we're seeing right now as the heal strat is coming out for 24K with 8 first aids. Dave, this is looking pretty good. At this point, Syndicate's looking towards Fishy, and if Fishy's not careful, this could actually be a 2nd place for Mezexis. Oh, unless he messes up. Unless he just goofs, in which case, no, never mind.
It happens. Now, what doesn't happen often is a 1v3. Let's see. Will Fishy clutch it out?
Looking for the shots, taking a lot in return already, though, and a great job from Syndicate to keep the pressure up from multiple angles, and that's just going to be it. They get it done. Nice play there at the end from Syndicate to clutch out that chicken dinner, keeping those players alive, taking those smart peeks, those smart fights, and not being afraid to push at the end when they know they can get it done. Let's take a look at the overall match ranking, though, from game number 2 on the day, and see how the rest of these teams stacked up, Dave, because I feel like there was a lot of fighting. Great as our observers are, we weren't quite able to catch it all.
There's a ton, dude. There's a ton. And Mezexis, 11 kill points, so they'll actually take that 1st place spot, even though Syndicate got that winner chicken. This is Syndicate. Like, we talk about the different strategies, playing the edge, slow and steady. The Panthers, they play the edge, slow and steady, but they also get into a lot of team fights on the edge, trying to fight their way on into the edge. Syndicate, on the other hand, they're good at, I kind of mentioned it, they're good at just remaining under the radar, being elusive, I think is the word, and just making sure not to give away any intel to the enemies on the battlefield so that they can continue to survive and show up late game with 3 or 4 members, all their ammo, all their meds. Yeah, they might not have any kills at that point, but they are set up really good to get those placement points, which we've seen them do multiple times. And we just saw right here, this game, like late game, they had the numbers advantage and they played it. They played it so well with that in mind.
I mean, they really did. And Brain was able to make it into that off the back, but only 644 damage, though.
That was all late game.
Acer, that's all late game. 100% all late game. Acer, though, getting involved a little bit more throughout, almost 1,200 damage. 5 kills across the... That is a big spread of 5 kills in terms of damage. Dave, can we take a second to appreciate
Brain was all late game. Acer was all game.
All game.
All game. I love them shots from Acer, too. Just almost taking out all of a Syndicate, honestly, on that rotate before they got behind that boulder and before they realized maybe we should throw a smoke or two to avoid the Acer sightlines. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what else I saw? I saw some pretty nice skins in game from these players. So make sure you go into the PUBG Mobile store, go look for it. The PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate now is on sale for you to unlock those same skins that these professional players are using in game. So that is going to be Miramar. We appreciate you watching, but please remember, there's more PUBG Mobile to go, so don't go anywhere. After this break, we'll be back with some more.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
The OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro. Flagship performance out of a fantastic handset, immersive 120 hertz display, and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch. The OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are your best shot for climbing the leaderboards. And climb the leaderboards is exactly what Syndicate did. Welcome back to the PMPL. I'm your host, F. Dot, and I'm going to be joined here by Seven and Glitter as we break down this Miramar. Pull up all the damage that we've seen these teams do, because this one, Miramar is always a little bit interesting. Sandhawk is the explosive one, we get it, but it's different than Erangel. Glitter, break it down.
I mean, Nova, we're going to start off with the fact that Nova, once again, over 2k damage, might not have had as many kills, but is continuing to show us that level of aggression, even if Memory did have an unfortunate incident with a pan in that last match. Sometimes it happens. But Mezexis, this is a squad that we have not seen almost anything from since, you know, the first super weekend, really, because even last weekend they were unable to qualify through to this past super weekend. But 11 kills and almost 2k damage coming out of this squad, a huge turn up for them. 19 Esports also having a really solid second game after being able to sneak in, I think it was 5 kills in our last match. So they've been doing well for themselves on top of it. But Syndicate is able to pull out the chicken dinner. Honestly, these teams across the board here, 7 kills on Knights, 5 on Ogilvy, Pro Era, and the Illuminati all the way down there at the bottom, but 5 and 6 kills respectively. I mean, what happened in this match?
I know, we're usually used to seeing like a very heavy from just one team. This is pleasant. Like the Illuminati, as you were saying, being able to pull up 6 kills, that's impressive. Pro Era, a team that I personally don't think is going to be able to make it to the super weekend, for them to be able to put up this kind of performances is getting them closer to that 40-point mark that we were talking about earlier. And if they're able to continue that, they're going to prove me wrong, and I'm going to love it, because I would love to see some of these teams definitely prove me wrong.
I mean, I'm still focused on that Mezexis damage. Glitter really nailed it. We're like, we haven't really seen much of these guys, and then bang, they were here doing all this work. I mean, Seven, what's going on here with Mezexis? I think it's hard to kind of find them in the same groove time and time again. You
know what it is? One of their star players just decided to pop off on that last one, and that is going to be none other than 24K. He ended up with 1,200 damage. 6 kills, 7 knocks, 1 assist. I mean, what I do want to see, I want to see a certain graphic of this team, what they did last week of league play versus what they're doing today. Because keep in mind, this team was not able to qualify during last week of league play. As we're able to see right there, I mean, the stats are just proving it. This team is looking like it's going to be able to make it to the next super weekend. And boy, do they need it, because it was scary there after seeing how much they were able to drop off. Almost 2,000 damage. So far today, actually for the last round, we got average kills. We saw them getting into fights. For them to be able to put up 11 kills, it wasn't just 24K. I do have to give some credit to Starlight. He was able to put up 650 damage with 3 kills as well. And then we have just Mezexis showing up. Mezexis showing that it might have been Sandhawk last week of league play that kind of played part on them not performing as well. We've seen that before, Glitter. We've seen some teams being able to perform a lot better on some of the other maps. Mezexis here being able to take advantage of this Miramar, and if they're able to do this for today and tomorrow, especially tomorrow when they might get a chance to play even more Miramars, it's going to be quite impressive week of league play here for them.
Hopefully. I mean, Mezexis, this has been a team that even last year, I really liked what they were able to put together. So secretly kind of rooting for them a little bit. I just like to see those guys succeed. From Mezexis to Syndicate. Syndicate were the team that took home the chicken dinner last time around. And Seven, the Syndicate guys have really been stepping up. The individual skill on this team is a big part of why they're so successful.
They definitely have. I mean, and when it comes to Miramar, this is a team that's been showing up every single time to Miramar, Glitter.
Yeah, and that we've talked about that how many times, right? For some reason, this is a map that Syndicate is just incredibly comfortable on. We have seen this, whether it's in a league play situation or in a super weekend situation, they are just incredibly consistent on this map. So of course, we had to go ahead and highlight their players to just show how strong, not only just an individual performance, but it truly is a repeat performance, because they have yet to miss. I think there was one time, Seven, where they performed well on the Erangel before the Miramar, and it took it out, a little bit out of them, and so they fell off just a tad. But that was a one-off. This is a team.
It was the reversal day, right? Is that when
right?
that happened? When did they get an Erangel and battle Miramar?
Yeah, but it was only that one time. Pretty much every other time, this just seems to be a map that is their home. So I mean, obviously, they get the chicken dinner. This is some points that they needed, because they have been one of those middling teams for us here a little bit, but generally just a solid performance for Syndicate.
Yeah, and I mean, for them to be able to put up 5 points alongside with that win as well, remember, we've been saying it the whole time, these points will matter. None of these teams want to miss out on that final super weekend. You see the stats right there. They were able to put up 1,300 damage, 668 heals. Honestly, not that much heals. They kind of just played it out safe in a way. They were able, when they got into the engagements, they were able to kind of finish them off as soon as possible. And the 5 kills definitely is like a little cherry on top, if not.
I mean, that's what I'm rooting for. I just like cherries. But nice look here for Syndicate as they're able to kind of push things forward. Again, I'm looking at those stats and hoping for some of these middle-of-the-pack teams to find themselves and really give us some competition towards everyone else. I mean, that's really, really what we're shooting for up here, is just a battle of the best. And so thank you for your input here, Seven and Glitter, always bringing us the big points. If you guys have good points as well, you guys can hit it. Hashtag PMPL. Find us on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, MySpace, wherever you're PMPLing, we can absolutely help find you. So that's it for your take on what's going on there. So thank you so much for rocking that out. As far as our next matches are concerned, yeah, we're going back to Erangel, and this is where I'm talking about. These middle-of-the-pack teams might be able to get their feet underneath them as we head here to Erangel. Seven, you and I were talking a little bit earlier about how these teams, some perform well on Miramar. With Sandhawk out of the mix here, this might give some of the teams an extra shot.
Yeah, I'm completely agree with you. And I'm kind of looking at some of the teams that actually made it to last Super Weekend. I'm talking about the WallStreetBets. I'm talking about the Dope Esports. I'm talking about that were able to take advantage of the madness that Sandhawk kind of provided and be able to use that to their advantage, whether it was their partying, whether it was just healing off, whether it was just taking advantage of certain teams just taking too long fighting. Regardless of what it is, I want to see how some of the teams are going to be able to perform here on the Erangel coming up. We saw WallStreetBets being able to sit out in the last one. They didn't get a chance to play the Miramar, but they are going to be coming back into Erangel. Something I do want to see is we know Baba OP can actually clutch up, as we have seen it in the past in Erangel as well. I would love to be able to see that. I would love to be able to see this team continue to perform. And one team that I'm actually, one player specifically that I'm going to be looking at, that is not Drago. It's actually going to be Devotion. I want to see if he's going to be able to put up the performance that he put up in the first game for WallStreetBets.
We did get a chance to see Devotion stand up pretty tall earlier on, so maybe him and the boys can kind of keep things pushing forward. That's what we're going to do. We're heading on to map number 3. It's Erangel. And so, of course, in order to do that, we need our commentators. Thank you so much. I say goodbye to my analysts here as we bid Seven and Glitter adieu. We'll see them back in just a little bit. But now, 2 new friends, Hot Jukes and Professor Zute, joining us. Take us away, boys.
Professor Zute! Oh, man, dude. First off, Professor, what do you think about Mezexis, huh? Cupcake! Big shout out to you, homie. I mean, what a great performance. Great to see them get a chicken dinner. Curse over. Zute, what are your thoughts?
I mean, last week, I don't know if they caught it on broadcast, but I was saying maybe this is just the Mezexis that we were expecting, right? The type of team that doesn't even qualify into Super Weekend. But this week, maybe those words are a little bit harsh, but, you know, it all comes from good spot. I'm happy to see them get that chicken dinner. I'm happy to see them making it in, or starting to make their way into this coming up Super Weekend.
Likewise, man. This is going to be a huge one here. This is big for so many different teams, because if they do not make it today or actually in these next 2 days, they don't put up enough points, they're not going to make it to this next Super Weekend, and that's their tournament over. So you got to put up some big points right here, right now, dude. And who are your eyes on, really, Zute, for this next match?
Ooh, for this next match, I'm going to have to go with Boring Protocol, right? Last week, they didn't make it in the Super Weekend. Of course, they were playing as a 3-man team, but I feel like that could potentially shake the confidence factor for the team. We saw in the first game of Erangel, they had a run-in with Illuminati, and it got really shaky. And to be honest, if it wasn't for Illuminati dropping the ball there, right, they would have been able to kind of take out the Boring Protocol team right there and then. But luckily for Boring Protocol, they managed to escape away, and they put up some few points. But still, it's not looking like, you know, a super clean Boring Protocol team. They might falter a little bit once again here and there, so I have my eyes on them.
Dude, that totally makes sense. I'm going to be looking at Bob. I'm also going to be looking at WallStreetBets, because they're a team that's going to have to want to shut down Bob, right? They don't even want them in this next Super Weekend. They don't want the challenge. But, man, it's going to be a challenge for these squads, Zute, because I could hear the players getting locked and loaded up, ready in the plane, and getting ready for match number 3. Let's get it. Erangel.
I love how we just reset back to Erangel each time coming into the regular league days, right? No Sandhawk, none of that craziness. which I think is good. I would rather save the craziness coming into like the super weekend where it really matters. Then we can see teams really try and pull stuff off. But today we got 3 Erangels. Everybody knows this map inside and out. Shouldn't be a problem for any of these teams. And with this playing path, it's looking pretty good. Of course, the east side is the playing path doesn't really favor the east side too much, but with the way this playing path is set up, I think everybody should be able to have their own drop spots for vehicles. And of course, we've played this map so many times. Regardless of the playing path, I feel like teams shouldn't have an issue anymore at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they should have already done all the research, right? They should already understand, okay, this is where the squads are going to drop. This is where, we're going to go. And if it is a bad playing path, then you got to make those adjustments. That's for sure. So I'll tell you what, we know for a fact that these teams want to avoid any early engagement possible. They don't want to lose somebody early on just due to the fact of how important points are here for this ranking. You can see the overall ranking there on the left, PK up on top for now. But I'm looking at the bottom, Zute. Ghost, 6 points, I don't want a situation where Ghost just has a really good day, and then tomorrow the top teams are going to keep an eye on them. I mean, it's kind of like a little bit, it's really skeptical, right? Because, they can just do one good, easy game and get that, but it's definitely something that, it's kind of tickling the back of my mind right now.
It could happen. It could potentially happen. I took a look at the PMGC points overall, and like Ghost Gaming, they are leading quite a bit overall in points. The only team that's like close, not even close, but second runner up is the Nova team, and they're still like 100-something plus points behind. So I was in the Discord chat. I'm not gonna lie. I did a little bit of instigating potentially. I mentioned, if you take out the Ghost team, if they don't make it in the Super Weekend, hey Nova, you got a chance to qualify for a PMGC right here and now. Because if they take over Ghost Gaming and overall prevent them from this Super Weekend, right, and then shut them down in the finals, because safe to say, even if Ghost doesn't make it into this Super Weekend, they got more than enough points for the finals, right? So it's going to be a very long, drawn-out vendetta. And it could all start right here with what you just mentioned, Ghost Gaming, sitting at 6 points. If they have a bad day today, like you said, a lot of the teams could really be looking at them. But another thing to add, though...
What?
HH popped into the chat, too, because he saw what I was saying, right? So, and this is quite correct by HH. If you try and stop Ghost Gaming, right? And let's just say, because you have such a big point gap, if they secure their spot to PMGC, right? Because they're looking to, even if you stop them this Super Weekend, they still looking really comfortable. If you stop them, when PMPL Americas rolls around, which is right around the corner, and Ghost already has a spot in PMGC, they mad. They're going to take revenge. And HH was like, if you try and stop us, and we make it, and we secured our spot, and in Americas, when you're fighting for your spot there, and we're in that lobby, and we don't need to worry about it, you can bet your butt they gonna do some fighting. So like I love this dynamic though. It's like a huge double-edged sword, and with the way the Ghost Gaming team looks, to be honest with you, I'd be scared to kind of poke the bear, so to say.
It's so funny because that's what they basically said on the first game of this entire tournament, right? HH had said, got to make sure they don't mess with us. Mm-hmm. And I love that mentality. They did it with a fight. The problem, though, is you don't want to even let teams, you don't want to open the door for them to mess with you, it's like when you go, to a rough neighborhood, you don't leave your doors unlocked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this is the situation that Ghost will be in if they have a bad day today completely. Like, if they throw these next 3 matches, I guarantee you every team in the lobby is going to be licking their lips, looking to kind of, challenge the Lions to become the new kings
they'll be
of the
talking
jungle.
about it. They'll be talking about it for sure. But I don't even know if it might happen. It's...
I don't see why it wouldn't. I don't see why it wouldn't. When you got so many top teams that are going to be, that have a good day today... I mean, to not have Ghost play in a Super Weekend, not only is it, $5,000 in cash that's going to be a little bit easier to grab, but, that PMGC slot is looking even a little bit easier, and that's just huge.
I mean, you're right, but like I said, if they still make it through the PMGC, you know, right? Like I said, which is still looking very likely, even if you stop them in this super weekend, because they'll make it to the finals. They're gonna come back with vengeance, and when they already have a spot, like, you know, you don't want to. When a team doesn't have anything to lose, that's when this team's at its scariest. So, I mean, we'll see. We're talking about it a lot, but
Right? Yeah,
in all honesty, Jukes, I really don't think anything is going to happen. If something were to happen, we should be looking at the bottom of the leaderboards, like around the 16th place spot, because I think that area, teams are more likely to get a little bit spicy, so to say. You know, when teams are at the very top, they're at the top for a reason. They already have a set game plan. They already have, you know, things figured out to the point where it's like, this is how we're going to get our points. So I don't think they're going to change things up as much as I would like for them to change things up. But near the bottom, for the teams that are still kind of scrambling, trying to figure things out, hey, they might just be like, you know what, this isn't really working. You know what could work? We just drop on that team in the 16th place spot, right? Or we just drop on this team, take them out, don't let them into the super weekend. So that's where it's more likely for something spicy to come out.
I feel you. I mean, at the bottom, it's they have to do it, right, out of necessity, if they even want to make it in. The teams at top, you know, they have an option, right? They can decide how they want to make that strategy play. But at the bottom, all's fair in love and war, and you know, making it into this next super weekend is just a must-do thing. Either that, or you're going home. That's it. Or, you know, technically they're playing at home, so they're going to just stay home, you know? But they're not going to be able to play this weekend. And I guarantee you that's something that they want to do. We did see Alucard picking up the first kill of this game number 3. That's going to be on to the hit list. So the hit list are going to be rocking a 3-man. Hit lists have been kind of up and down, I think, pretty much this entire tournament. But, man, it's just so fun to kind of build these storylines because we've seen it happen before, right? I mean, we saw, you know, when Ghost, you know, what the players of Ghost were, you know, Cloud9 back in the day. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It's happened 2 times. The Cloud9
it's happened twice.
And then Tempo Storm. But Tempo Storm that time dropped on some other teams to try and keep them out of making it. And yeah, it definitely does happen. But every time it's happened, I think it came down to like maybe the very last game of, say, a qualification day, or the very last game of, say, a finals.
I don't know about that.
Really? My memory must be jog my memory a little bit, Hot Jukes.
So I remember that one day when Cloud9 had a horrible first day, and that second day, you know, we all thought that they just need one chicken dinner and it's fine, but they were bullied pretty much off the get-go the entire
the whole day. Okay.
They had that second day they had rough matches, and then towards the end it got really bad. You know, once the teams actually realized, oh, okay, you know, we could actually get them out, everybody went for them. We saw like 3 squads hunt them down, you know? So, you know,
okay.
You know, that's what I'm saying is like, you know, you may have if just 1 or 2 teams mess with you, that's rough, right? If you have like a team like Nova decide to camp you out, yeah, they may, let's say Ghost kills Nova, but you know Nova's going to probably take 1 or 2 with you. And that's going to just totally mess you up for the rest of the game, you know? So it definitely changes the entire dynamic of how these teams are going to play. You know, that again, ladies and gentlemen, it's complete speculation. You know, we're just going off of what we see so far. Ghost could just pop off and have a chicken dinner here, and that just completely eliminates that storyline, you know? But you got to get it done.
We'll see. You mentioned like Nova could take 1 or 2 out. The scary thing is at this level, at PMPL, something I've noticed is you could take a fight with another team, not lose a single player, but if 2 of you get knocked, that could be deadly enough for another team to come in to like give them the go-ahead to really just full send you and then take you out regardless still. So it's not even about losing a player at this level of gameplay. It's about not trying to get knocked in the fight at all. Because like we've seen 19 Esports, they have that kill feed lasered in like a hawk. The second there's a fight happening somewhere within like 200 meters of them, they're reading that kill feed, they're watching it, they're watching the knocks back and forth. And like we've seen 19 Esports, right? They have successfully third-party so many fights back to back, and with these other teams playing, they might not be experienced as 19 Esports, But you know, they've been watching the VODs back. They've been taking note of some of what these other top tier teams are doing, and they're learning from them.
That's an excellent point. I didn't even think about that. That's totally possible too. I mean, yeah, you lose one player or two, that's worse. But then guess what? You know, if it's an early engagement, that third party is going to come in to clean you out afterwards. You know, so it's something to definitely just kind of keep in mind here as this tournament goes on. Ogilvy, you know, hoping, hearing at this compound right next to Pachinki Hill. This is a squad that you said is the team that has surprised you the most during this tournament, Zute.
Ogilvy, this team, I mean, we've heard it on broadcast before. This team almost like broke up. They might have not even been a team, right? But now that they're here, they're playing, and they're not just playing, they're playing really, really well. And given that position with that zone, this could be a very big game for them. Like that last Super Weekend, they had a second place finish so many times, and they so desperately wanted another chicken dinner. Even in the very first Super Weekend where they absolutely popped off, they were already talking like, yo, we're looking for chicken dinners right now. We're looking for that $1,000. So really happy that they got another one in last week, but they fell short. Just, you know, that second place so many times. Now that we're coming back into the regular qualifying days, I want to see them, you know, tighten things up. I want to see them get chicken dinners now as practice almost to get the chicken dinners coming into the Super Weekend.
I think so too. I think we've seen Ogilvy just get better and better throughout this whole tournament. You know, at first it was kind of like they had really some pop-off games and some bad games, but now I'm starting to see a lot more of that consistency of them just putting up some solid points regardless. You know, so hey, there's 15 teams in this lobby. A lot of points left to be had. Look at this circle here. About to shift soon. You got the Knights and the Panthers both on the bridge here. Looks like the Knights are going to be doing a little bit of a bridge camp. And the Panthers, really, they don't have another choice. Like, they have to go through this bridge. Am I right or wrong?
With the Knights sitting there, depending on the next circle shift, yeah, the Panthers, they could take the other bridge even after this shift. But, ooh, okay, yeah, the Knights are sitting. Or the Knights might readjust to a more center position. I see boring protocol. I was talking about them looking a little shaky. With that circle shift, they got that bunker that they're probably hunkered in right now, that giant, you know, semi-new, kind of newish. That place is so strong on that circle shift. I think Bop is in a really good position. The Knights, still 2-2. I don't know if they're going to hold it. Okay, now I see Coops and them starting to reconvene with the rest of the team. So that bridge is going to be open for them to cross.
Yeah, that's going to that makes sense. I was about to say the Knights are going to have to group up. I know they're doing a 2-2 split, but they can't do it for very long because look what happens. Ghost, Bayo, Wolf getting the knock on to Coops while he was trying to rotate to his other two teammates. I think they were a little bit slow on that rotation, and Ghost just catching them slipping. So, you know, Ghost always so quick when it comes to trying to find that spot. Now, Bayo is up in the face of the Knights. Illuminati are coming on this side. Here's Spec. Alucard, Xanox, trying to keep this engagement going to get their teammate up, but Spec with a beautiful nade is going to catch Alucard, and there's the finish. So the Knights now in really big trouble, and Xanox realizes it. Here comes the smokes, but the Illuminati with a third party, like you said it, those shots, as soon as you hear them, you know there's a third party coming. Big engagement between three teams.
When you're holding such a strong position, center circle, you got to group up. Knights a little bit slow, and you see immediately they're hit on two different fronts. Ghost Gaming for the warehouse, Illuminati for the hilltop. Both positions extremely powerful, and the Knights just couldn't pick which one they wanted fast enough, and you see this now, they're getting picked apart. And I almost gotta say, at this point in the stage of the game, I don't want to see any top-tier teams continuing to try and hold a split like this anymore, because we've seen it fail so many times. I think the Knights should have known better.
Yeah, the Knights knew what they were supposed to do. They just did it too late, you know? And XSET coming on in. Here they go. Nice little fight here. Jay gonna get the finish on to Bob, and what was that team you were going to look at again? What was that team you were looking at again? I forgot. What was her name? What was her name?
Boring protocol. They're out of there.
How are they doing? That sucks.
Yeah. XSET.
You hate to see it.
I mean, it's XSET though, right? They're one of those teams that will just dive straight into a strong position. And if you're caught slipping just a little bit, that XSET team will completely just bully you out. And we saw it right there.
I think we're starting to see some bullying happen. Here's Iris getting into the mix. Purge as well. I actually got the chance to play with Iris right before this tournament here today. And that was the warm-up I think he needed, because this man is popping off pretty well. Gallo with a nice little shots there. Purge is going to have to hit this one. Makes it look easy. Here comes Yo to try to finish. Oh, yeah, he actually ran him over. Iris got the hole behind this tree. Is he going to go for the res?
Okay, Dope needs to kind of like readjust here, or they could go aggressive. I think they should go aggressive. That circle shifted away from them very far. They have potentials to secure kill points right now, and yeah, this Dope team realizes it. Nesquik right there pulls up with the grenade. Is he gonna hit it though? Almost connecting. Does get the res to stop going through, and Iris down to 1 HP. There we go. That's the nade that was needed, and the Yo team, they realized they gotta go. They got a jet.
Man, that was still a great play there from Nesquik to be able to get aggressive, get that point. Those 2 points actually worked out really well for them. You can see them on the rotation now after that fight. They are going to be a little bit late to this circle, but they're going to have to navigate their way through. You can see it here, just kind of leaning both left and right. Yo are full sending this all the way into Ferry. Right here to this spot. WallStreetBets were set up and waiting for him. Oh, yeah, spray. No shot. And heck, dude, he's gone.
WallStreetBets taking a really strong position here off that circle shift. Good to see them here in this position. They could definitely just hunker back there. I mean, the best thing is they keep their flanks clear. It's the water, unless if there's some water snakes out there, but does not look the case. On the other side thing, Ghost Gaming, they're very close to that next circle shift. Not fully in yet, but with the way they're playing, not in any panic, I feel like they have a good idea of where to go next, and they're just looking to space out teams, still trying to come in behind them.
Yeah, Ghost doing a great job of controlling this hill right here. Next circle does look like it just shifted off of them, so they're going to have to go ahead and start creeping downwards into the valley here. Lazarus looking for a way in as well. They do have that beautiful vehicle there. Looks like they're going to have to send it into that little divot just up ahead of them. They don't want to give away their position just yet. Illuminati, they are set up pretty well at this complex. And everybody just looks to kind of just be hunkering down, waiting for this next circle.
This Lazarus team needs a good game. I mean, they have 4 kill points already, which is way better than how they've played this day so far. If I'm looking at the scores correctly, so far, they played 1 game, and they got a big donut. So this is their 2nd game, and they have 4 kills already. So that's infinitely better than how they've been doing. So Lazarus looking good here. Like, over the Super Weekends, this Lazarus team, like, not playing up to par, so to say. It's a team with a lot of potential and just not really coming through, but it's good to see they picked up 4 kill points there. Yeah, here with some really nice shots downrange, picking one up onto Ogilvy.
Yeah, and he's also shooting out every single tire that pretty much Ogilvy has, so that's going to eliminate their, ability to really get easy rotations here. Baba from WallStreetBets. This is Mustache Dave's favorite player here. Looking like he is holding down the pier for now. Hopefully he gets to hold it down for a little bit longer. I guarantee you he's looking to the sky, hoping this blue zone does go towards him. We're going to find out where it's about to go right now. If it hits shifts on Ghost over here, look how many squads are on this mountain. Will they have to move? Yes, they will. Oh, boy. It's going to be a war. Look at all the squad. And you can see it. They know it. Instantly. Shots going down. They got to eliminate these different teams, and they got to start heading in the circle. Look at this.
The timing of the fights breaking out here couldn't have been any more perfect. The second that circle shifts, they realize we got to go. But if we just move first, these other teams are going to shoot us in our back. So immediately, everybody's just peeking, taking fights, trying to get the advantageous knocks to either wipe out the team and then rotate, or at least pressure them enough so that they can rotate freely. And XSET here, they hear all the shots. Of course, this position, they don't have much to worry about because there's so many teams around them trying to make their way out. Ogilvy and Syndicate taking a fight there. Syndicate definitely coming out on top as that Ogilvy team, both players down to 1 HP, just trying to space further away. And here comes Ghost Gaming with the full send. Beowulf, the scout, trying to find some sort of building open, and he does it. He's 1 HP, and I think he made it in.
I mean, that circle shift was like a gunshot at the Kentucky Derby. It was like, and and we're off. And Bayo heading in, barely able to make it by the skin of his teeth, but that's going to let his team know that that spot is open. Now here comes Pro Era's opportunity to pick up some kills on all these teams rotating in late. Syndicate, Brain, getting a kill, hugging that tree really tight as Seagut trying to get some shots down the field. Salty Syndicate is getting set up as well, just trying to figure out the best they can do. And they got their eyes on that shack where Seagut is, and it looks like they are going to have to send it here soon, and they're going to do it as a duo in that buggy. Here they come.
I love the positioning out of Syndicate. One person covering, one player in the zone to anchor it down, and then the two for the push. Could not have been done any better and clean execute there. That takes off the pressure point that the other Syndicate player had in the zone. Meanwhile, Lazarus trying to fight their way in against the Panthers right now. Lazarus with two players up. Oh, the Panthers only down to one, trying to get that reset. But Lazarus will have the manpower as Otelli actually gave up the reset to press this fight. They know this fight's almost done, so they're going to take the 2v1 instead and then get the reset. I like the play, but Frady with the clean knock. Now it's a 1v1 situation. Telly with the grenade. Is he going to come up huge here? He's got that grenade. Oh, that should be a good bounce. And Frady, the awareness runs out, goes for that 1v1, but Telly with that pressure clutches it. And Lazarus, they will get that full reset. Got a little bit close there.
I mean, severely close. Not to mention now they have 8 kills. So this is the bounce back game that Lazarus definitely needed. They will get that full reset. Will they have to start moving again? Looks like they'll have just enough time to start healing up, but oh, the zone couldn't have gone any worse for them. Complete opposite shift in their direction. Ghost ending up with a great spot regardless on that shift. Crazy to see them where they're at. It looks like they're gonna have to get moving as well.
Ghost Gaming is probably one of the best teams in terms of knowing when to fight and control their way in and when to just give everything up and just YOLO their way in. And it works. They keep 4 alive. They don't waste any time. They don't get the next zone shift, but at least they're much closer to it than the teams such as like Lazarus or even the Knights right there.
Man, what a way to get it done. The Illuminati trying to get it done as well. Trying to press their way in little by little. Looks like Mango's going to be leading the charge here, trying to scout for them. Salty by the skin of his teeth, eliminating Pro Era. Literally half an HP, has to boost up to 1 HP. And you can see a big nade coming out from the side. It's going to be so tough. They want to throw down them smokes to eliminate the chance of getting naded themselves. XSET getting into it with a hit list. They actually got into it at the beginning of this match. And great shots from the hit list. In the CQC, it's just Polo left up for XSET. Oh, and he's hurt.
I did not expect XSET to go out like that, but Polo, if any player can do this 1v3, it could be him. Oh, not even getting the one, and the third party's just ringing out immediately. Illuminati coming in.
Oh my gosh.
They heard those shots. They're here to third party, and what better timing. One of the players from the hit list already down, and Xenox also thinking about maybe doing the same right behind the hit list.
This has to be one of the most chaotic Erangels I have seen in quite a long time. You got the hit list, getting touched by the Molotov, and they're gone. The Illuminati coming in at the perfect time to sweep up this side of the field and clean it up good. Xenox, another player trying to battle it out right here and right now. He's the last player up for the Pittsburgh Knights against the 3-man of the Illuminati. Will he be able to make it in? Oh, barely. Both players just barely missing that grenade. So close.
On the other side, I think Lazarus trying to fight their way in against Ghost. Lazarus fought their way in past 2 teams. Ghost Gaming, one of the best teams when it comes to defensive positioning. And look at that. Ghost, look at their HPs. Not a single player even close to getting knocked. And we saw Lazarus completely take out another team previously. So, I mean, just kudos to Ghost Gaming there. Their defense on point. Xenox right now in a 1v3 situation. He's going to need a little bit of offense if he wants to win this one.
Ghost Gaming say, hey, like HH said before, gotta show them that they don't want to mess with us. And Xenox getting messed with as well. Spec, just so on point. Ghost, this is their game. This is the bounce back game that they definitely needed here. And they've got 5 kills so far. WallStreetBets really lucking out. They have not had to move a muscle. They've just been picking away at players, trying to make their way towards them. They've got 9 kills so far. This is a massive game for WallStreetBets, and I mean massive.
WallStreetBets definitely showing up. That first rotation down to that Pier side, paying in huge favors to them. But of course now they don't get the zone every time. The zone finally shifts back to Ghost side, and WallStreetBets loses another player. They're down to 2. Ghost looking very strong. 4 up, Illuminati with only 3. This is looking like a Ghost game. So, hey, you said it. Maybe we're talking a little bit too early here about Ghost having a bad day because they might just get the chicken dinner in this game.
This is all it takes, right? One good game to get it done. Spec, though, does go down to Molotov from the Illuminati. The Illuminati...
Oh, BTOWN just got knocked too. And
oh! What a nade! AZ coming up so huge. The utility from the Illuminati just shutting down Ghost. It's just HH up left by himself. The Illuminati know, and they realize it. There we go. Here comes the last one shot. Oh, HH ain't done yet. But there it goes, man. What a finish. 9 kills on this Illuminati team. They're feeling like an entirely different squad. They're fired up.
Oh, this Illuminati team, they just took down Ghost Gaming in explosive fashion. Now they got to take down WallStreetBets. They do have the man advantage, and I would say the positional advantage as WallStreetBets, they got to push over in the open if they want to get a knock. Just they got to watch out for the grenades. So WallStreetBets, I think they should still have quite a few utility left as no teams really press close to them. So they should have a couple grenades, couple smokes to use. Illuminati, they might have picked up a few more, but the number advantage does go to Illuminati sides. And you see both teams right now trying to get positioning, spreading out a little bit, realizing the fight situation that they're in under now.
I know for a fact the chat, they're chanting, ba, 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 but I'm chanting, Drago, Drago, because this guy has performed. The numbers do not lie. Can these two players be able to shut down the Illuminati, the team that's already taken out Ghost? So many top squads. They are on a roll. Oh, the Panthers? Baba with a drop shot. Saying no, sir. Does get one. Can't catch Mango, though. Mango will get the finish here. Drago about to try to throw the pan for the most, like, ridiculous play I've ever seen in my life. The smokes go down for Mango. Yeah, Drago has to realize that I gotta play this out. He has a 1v1 opportunity. This is really huge. King realizes it. Yeah, I do not want to get in a 1v1 right now. He should totally avoid it. Buy some time. Perfectly done. Is he going to challenge? He's jump shots it in and gets it done himself. The Illuminati feeling themselves here in match number 3. Beautifully executed. Love to see it.
First place, Illuminati. Second place, WallStreetBets. These qualifying days are looking like something else. I mean, of course, we got some of the top teams finishing up pretty high up there, right? Like with Ghost Gaming with that 3rd place finish. But let's take a look at the match rankings just to see how some of these other teams did in this match.
Bring it up. Bring it up. Let's see how they did. Oh, man. Illuminati, 26 points. WallStreetBets with the 21. Ghost Gaming pulling up 16 as well. I mean, dude, that utility use from the Illuminati. It's so crazy how Ghost can be such a powerful squad, but just a good nade and a good molly is all it takes to take them down. The Knights coming up with 10 points as well. Dope Esports with another 10. A lot of points here spread out across the first page.
I think a lot of these, if you take a look, we're in the shape of kill points. Like, it just goes to show the teams that are near the top are also the teams that know how to frag their way into that circle. And with those kind of circle shifts, you're going to need that. Going into the 9th to 15th place, now you see where the points really start to fall off. So the top 10 or the teams on the front page, like they soaked up all the points with the kills. And looking at the MVPs, AZ coming in from the Illuminati, and of course Drago, WallStreetBets. You're absolutely right. And Spec, I mean, switch that Ghost player in for any other player, I wouldn't be surprised. All 4 players could be MVPs at this point.
So true. It's almost like they're fighting for it. I mean, they fight so well as a squad. It just comes down to pretty much who is there first to really get that first shot. Or actually, the last one, because that's the one that gets you the knock. But man, what a game, dude. That one was action-packed as heck. I'm wondering to see. I think it's only going to get worse here as we go on. But we'll find out. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello and welcome back to the PMPL PUBG Mobile Pro League. That's what we're doing here, and we're halfway through the last week of league play. I'm your host F. Joined here by Seven, and of course Glitter Explosion. And we got to talk about this one, guys. Some strange teams rising to the top in our last map for sure. That'll give some teams a couple of points to put in their pocket. Let's take a snapshot of the league and see where all the teams are sitting. At the end of the day, when we look at overall, we usually see a lot of the names on the same spot, but this time around, Illuminati 48 points today, number one on the day. What's going on here, Seven?
You know who's happy right now? My boy Mustache Dave. He has WallStreetBets in third place. They're currently in third place, and I couldn't be happier too. But the Illuminati, if you would have told me, Glitter, at the start of the day, the Illuminati would have been in first place with 48 points, I would have probably called you crazy, and I would have called you Glitter Damas. It's over, all right? But it's a pleasant surprise to see them there. At this point, these two teams are looking more than likely to qualify to Super Weekend, which is a little bit of a relief for them. And I love that. We have the Knights there with 46 points, Syndicate with 25 points, Nova Esports 24, Ghost Gaming 22, 22, 22. We got all these ties that I want to see what's on that third page, because from 6th to 8th place, definitely tied with 22 points. That can get a little bit dicey, but this is when it gets even spicier. We do have Pro Era there with 18 points, XSET with 18 points, and Glitter at the bottom. Actually, we have Ogilvy with 8 points. I'm getting flashbacks to week 1 of league play.
I know, and if you guys are wondering how Seven knows that Illuminati and WallStreetBets are going to qualify through, recall the bubble graphic we did. Okay, we sent that point bubble at 40, and they're already at or above it. But then looking at these teams, did you really expect XSET to be in 10th place right now? Did you expect? I mean, honestly, even Lazarus in 13th, down there at the bottom. Panthers. Yo, and I really don't want to have to say this, but UYU has 0 points on the board right now after 3 matches. I don't know what type of Twilight Zone we are in right now, Seven, but how is it possible that XSET, Ogilvy, even the Panthers have fallen off severely since their last amazing performance? They're all down here at the bottom. What is going on?
Yeah, the Panthers, I mean, luckily for the Panthers, right, they kind of have put up great performances in Super Weekend to the point where they have a lot more cushion than Yo or UYU, which UYU, what happened to you today? How have you played 3 matches with 0 point? I mean, that might be up there. You guys might be going for a record that you do not want to have, because, oh man, the Hitlist, 10 points as well. Like, all these teams, this is a very surprising week of league play for me. To see Dope Esports LLC, I mean, in a way, they're kind of proving me wrong alongside with Pro Era that we don't even see here on this page as well. But this is an amazing week of league play. I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. Illuminati on top, WallStreetBets third place. Yes, please, give me more of this.
I mean, that's the fun stuff. Like, when you get to see some of the different teams kind of walk around. That's why we have all of these squads, because everybody can compete. Illuminati, top of the crop, number 1 today. It's kind of weird. Ghost Gaming is usually in that spot. Not at the moment, but they can definitely collect things. If we compare and contrast how they've been doing today versus last week, I think we can bring up some interesting things. Glitter, why don't you walk us through this conversation? Because Ghost Gaming, I think, are a real fun team.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to be comparing, like you said, last week of league play to what they've done here so far, their average damage, okay? Now, take into consideration that obviously today is only 3 matches long, while last time is 8 in total. You can see that there is more damage last week, but we're only 3 matches in, okay? They're already averaging 1K damage this week, and I feel like they have just picked up their performance. They've averaged 7 kills last week, where we're at 3.3 right now, but in comparison, and I don't know why this is a thing, Seven, but day number 1 of last week was the slower day for Ghost as well. And then we got into day number 2 of last week, and they picked it up out of nowhere and got, 16 kills here, 10 kills there, 9 kills. So is this the new trend for Ghost? Do they have that slower start in the beginning and then start to pick it up on the tail end? It's been working out for them so far, but today does feel like a better than slow start.
Yeah, with Ghost Gaming, you know what it comes down to? And I'm starting to become like a big believer. I'm usually not into conspiracies. I'm usually not that guy, I promise. But Ghost Gaming is giving me the vibes of a team that's just kind of sandbagging. They're just waiting for the finals. They know they're going to be able to make it to the finals. They know they're a team that a lot of people expect them to do good. They're a team that I feel like is currently just hiding those aces in the pocket, just waiting for the correct moment to showcase to everybody what they've been working on. And this is just such a strong team that they're able to do those kind of things. They're able to just wait until the last moment to just turn it up. I hope I'm wrong. I really, really hope I'm wrong, because this is a team that I wish was just super dominant here on NA. But yeah, I think they're just sandbagging.
I think it's a little column A, column B. Glitter brought up a really interesting fact, how day number 1, it takes them a little bit to ramp up. Maybe it's just a case of the Mondays. It's not Monday, but it's day 1 of the week, right? Maybe they just take time to ramp up. Maybe that's it.
Taco Tuesday, right? They're just thinking about it.
That's the idea, Maybe they just need some time to get their wheels underneath them. But we'll pop around, So this last one we were watching, we mentioned how crazy it was to see some of these names up on top. WallStreetBets and Illuminati. These are straight up teams that we don't get a chance to really talk all that much about. Seven, we're gonna be able to talk about them this time around because Illuminati won the thing.
Illuminati definitely win that thing. And not only did Illuminati win that thing, AC showed up in a big way. He was able to get 648 damage, 5 kills, as we are going to be seeing some of the stats here. I mean, that's just impressive. And this is what both of these teams have been able to do today. I've said it over and over again. With the fragging power that the WallStreetBets have with Drago, if just some other players started stepping up, they will be able to just put up great performances, and they're proving me right here, as we've seen Steve-O being able to step it up, especially in the last week. And Devotion, even though he really wasn't able to do much in that last Erangel, he was still able to put up at least a little bit of damage. Now, let me go to the Illuminati. The Illuminati, not only do they have AC, they also have Mango. They also have King Hua. They also have Lan, and all those three players, Mango, King Hua, and AC, have at least 5 kills, which is impressive, because right there, I mean, if you can get those points from just players alone, that's 15 points so far. And that's getting you even closer to that bubble idea that we had, that these teams needed to get to the 40 points. So far today, these teams are impressing me. I mean, for WallStreetBets to be able to put up an average assist of 20, which that's interesting. I don't think that might be right. But nonetheless, I mean, these teams are just performing in a way that I've been expecting them to, that I've been hoping they started to perform like this. And I actually think, and some people might call me crazy for this, I actually think WallStreetBets can even do better than what they're currently doing. If they get some of the other players, if they get Devotion dialed in, right? If they get Baba to actually perform to the expectation we're able to, we seen him clutch up stuff, as I said in the last segment. We see him be able to get the kills when he's needed the most. This is a team that has a lot more potential than what we have seen so far this tournament.
I'm a believer. You know what? I'm all in. This WallStreetBets conversation I've been watching. I haven't been feeling it, but Seven, you always wind up convincing me otherwise. So you know what? Fine. I'm on board, all in. WallStreetBets. I believe you. I think they can push it forward. We'll see about it. Glitter, what do you think about the Illuminati? Can they continue pushing things as they have been, or is this just a flash in the pan?
I mean, honestly, I don't know. If it is a flash in a pan, it's the exact one they needed, right? Seven was saying they've put themselves in a very nice position moving into tomorrow points-wise. So it's exactly the right timed flash in the pan, but we have seen a lot of inconsistency out of them for the most part. So I'm not totally sold, and I hope they prove me wrong. I really do.
Teams got to keep it up right now as we head into map number 4. Again, it's just Erangel and Miramar today. So Erangel, Miramar, Erangel. That means we're back to Miramar this time around. We're going to see 4 groups play it out, and it's going to be A, C, D, E. No rock and roll tonight. Miramar on the menu. And these are the squads we're going to see. Knights, XSET, Hitlist, and UYU will sit down. Man, UYU going to get 0 points again on this map. Hopefully they can pick it up on map number 5, but not going to be the case this time around. 19 Esports, I'm looking at these guys right here to pick up. I've asked the analysts before. They mentioned WallStreetBets, Illuminati. Nobody's talking 19 this season. That's who I want to see. I want to see the blue and white step up. I want to see this team make moves here on Miramar. We're going to make some moves here and say goodbye to our analysts and say hello to our commentators. So thank you. We'll see you in just a little bit, and we are going to call our friends over here. It's a Zoot Jukes riot. That's the one I'm going with. Hot Jukes and Zute will be on the microphone for you guys as we jump into Miramar. Let's push forward into map numero 4.
Listo, hermano. Let's go, baby. I love it. The riot, let it start happening, dude. Zute headed to Miramar. This is going to be a fun one. I think after that Erangel that we saw, dude, I think it's just going to be lit like for the rest of the day and tomorrow as well. This is crazy.
It's just with some of the bottom teams, right, stepping up, changing things up, getting into top like WallStreetBets, Illuminati, it definitely makes things much more exciting. And Miramar, of course, is one of those maps I don't think I've ever seen a boring Miramar match. I'm not gonna lie, some Erangel matches you see it and you're like, oh, we know who's gonna win, like, you know, when there's still 5 teams left. But Miramar, even if you kind of see which team is gonna win towards the late game, just the excitement of getting into the late game is always so unpredictable on a map like Miramar.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. Them rotations are toxic. The players got to get moving so fast. Got to have them vehicles ready. And one thing I really want to see in this one, right, is a particular squad to make sure that they rotate just a little bit quicker. Pittsburgh Knights, I'm looking at you. Let's get it going here, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready here. I can hear the players getting locked and loaded. Just a few more seconds. Looks like we got about 10 left on the clock. Zute, who do you think is going to win this one? Final thoughts. Quick.
Nova. Nova's back in. Just good, solid pick.
I'm going to go with Yo, dude. Yo, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get started here in this Miramar match. Match number 4. Let's get into it.
Has Yo won a chicken dinner yet so far?
I have faith.
Yeah, faith. Okay, well. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if you call Yo, then I would rather bet on WallStreetBets than Yo.
Really?
Oh, of course.
So check it out. So check it out. I actually got a chance to talk. I played with Iris before today, right? Like for a couple hours earlier this morning, and he told me that this is a squad that was put together only a couple weeks ago. They don't have very much time under their belts, and the thing makes matters worse. They all have jobs, they all have school, they all have different things that they have to accomplish. So this is definitely something that they do kind of on the side, unlike Ghost and these squads who this is their full-time job. Like this is what they do nonstop. So they're definitely at a massive disadvantage when it comes to that. If they hit the right circles though, and they're able to get the right things happening, I think they could definitely get some progress. But definitely that it's a tall road. Because I even said, I was like, yo, I told Iris, like, what I'm gonna tell on broadcast is that you are going to that Iris said he's the best player in North America, and he's just like that Yo's gonna win, and he's like, oh, I don't know about that. So even himself, was a little nervous, when it comes to answering that, just knowing the situation that the squad and the state that the squad is currently in. But like I said, I got faith, dude. I got faith. I want to see spring pop off, and I want to see this squad make something magical happen, dude. This is the time for magic.
I think for the Yo team, they're one of those squads, if you were to ask them or interview them, they're one of those squads, and it's kind of a meme, but to be honest, they're one of the squads that would just reply like, we're just happy to be here. Right? Like,
True.
You got some of these squads that are like, shooting for top 3, shooting for PMGC. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's the whole point of the competitions. But to be honest, competing is fun, and you don't even necessarily have to be the best. Just to be in that environment, to have something to work towards as a team, and just have a good time, right? Yo for me comes off as one of those teams. Like you mentioned, they got jobs, they got school. This is literally their rewind or relax and have fun time, right? So like, if they're just happy to be here, and I mean, if they do great, like, more power to them, right? But it's like, you get a few of those squads that, just here for a good time. Nothing wrong with that at all. And the Yo team, I feel like it's one of them. Here we see the Illuminati and Boring Protocol dropping close to 1-0. Oh, K6 running into the open for a second. Yep, okay, he turns right back around.
Whew.
I almost feel like maybe
Quick
he should have not shot so early. Let him run more into the open road, right, and then take some shots. That might have been a better chance for a potential knock there.
Absolutely, because it seemed to be pretty free, but unfortunately, taking those shots, like you mentioned, a little bit too early. Maybe he was feeling himself. I mean, actually, that's what it was. They just won the last game, dude. He's feeling himself. You know what I'm saying?
Adrenaline.
He's like, I hit these. He said, I hit these, and then after realizing, he's like, oh, I should have waited. But you know what? This is still the Illuminati. This is still the team that took out Ghost and all those squads last game. Can they start this one off strong, or is that confidence going to be just a little bit too much? And are they going to get caught slipping by Bop? Oh, boy. Valak from up top, shutting down AZ. And the Illuminati is very split, so they can't really get to AZ. They're going to have to cross in the open. Mango's have to do it. Here goes. He's sending it. Fanboy sees him.
He made it
across.
across.
Nice taps, but not enough.
Yeah, I think over peaking that from Illuminati was fine, because Boring Protocol, they're in no real position to push. So even if they get a knock, they couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, on the other end, if Illuminati did get that knock spraying through the smoke, it could be a different matter altogether. Both squads looks like they're just gonna reset and part their separate ways. Of course, Illuminati gets to loot the rest of the city. Meanwhile, Boring Protocol, they're going to have to loot like the mountainous terrains. There's not too much loot up there. There's an okay amount, but I think Illuminati kind of come out on top here.
Yeah, it looks like they are in a good position. AZ does get res, so you can see them. I think they're most likely just going to start leaning the other direction, because they've already, burned quite a bit of looting time, and they have pretty much the entire area to still loot. Bop, they got pushed away from this spot, so they're going to have to go look for some loot somewhere else. And where are they going to go look for it? Faneboys is still peeking this. I'm not sure why.
I'm not, to be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know either. Like, he's got a mutant in his hand. It's not like he has like an M4 or like a sniper waiting for like them to peek to get some damage numbers, and he's holding a mutant. One of the worst guns in the game. Like,
period. Not from distance. Period. Yeah.
Just one of the worst guns in the game. So, well, I mean, it's fine. He's just wasting a couple more seconds, which, I would rather not see that player do, but it's not like a crucial mistake. Nothing, too big to harp on. Ghost Gaming making their first rotation. The circle did pop up towards the western side of the map. And of course, Ghost Gaming coming in from Picado, just dead center already on the first circle. So, Ghost Gaming rotation right there.
It's always on point, but like you said earlier, Zute, right? Who did we see wait just a little too long in the last game, right? Pittsburgh Knights just took a couple extra seconds before they rotated to the rest of their teammates, and Ghost was there ready to just take them on the rotation, So, I don't know. When I see some like little moments like that where it's just time being wasted, I just like, it's not time that you can afford, especially if you're Bop, right? Like, you have so much at stake.
Okay. Yeah.
You don't want to make any kind of any mistakes, really. So we'll see if it does end up working out for him. It's always, you never know until it happens. But still, never want to leave those opportunities open.
100% agree. BTOWN right now camping at the top side. They definitely spot out the Ghost Gaming team. I don't know if Ghost Gaming's fully aware. Definitely not, as Spec is just driving down the road in the wide open in front of those 4 players. And there we go. They take... Oh! Well, no, they definitely know BTOWN is up there as Spec does go down, driving right down the road in the open. Unfortunate. He could have taken a slightly safer path, maybe drive on the backside. But you never know who's camping where when it's that quiet in a city.
Yeah, I mean, Spec driving away, he's going to be pretty upset about that one. It's crazy to see. That's the worst thing, or worst feeling, I think, period, if you're a player, right? It's going out to a vehicle explosion. You don't even have a chance to take some shots down range. And, Spec being probably one of the best players in North America, period, that's going to give him a little bit of a frustration. So Ghost are going to have to do the rest of the match as a 3-man. BTOWN, they realize who they just killed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like after that kill, they know it's Ghost. They know they're in a 4v3. Do they press the issue? That's my question. Doesn't look like it, but they're still looking a little shaky here. They're keeping their eyes in this direction.
Yeah, they're definitely not going to press that. I mean, we're at the center of the circle. Zone's about to shift. You could get third-partied potentially. And like you said, it's Ghost Gaming, one of the strongest defensive teams. Yeah, they're a member down, but they're still just as deadly. And you've seen the Ghost Gaming team make a lot of defenses when they're a member down, when they have one player knocked and they still come out on top, right? So I don't think BTOWN's looking to press anything. Plus, BTOWN, they got the high ground advantage. They're just chilling. They can monitor all of the situations. And with the zone shift, they might want to decide to just take that rotation next instead. As you can see, a lot of these other teams still just rotating in from the edge. The Panthers, Dope, WallStreetBets, Syndicate, Pro Era, Lazarus, Boring Protocol. Woo. That is, I just named like 6 teams.
Oh, the list goes on and on.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Look at how just stacked these areas are. The next circle is going to go. It looks like we may. Oh, please, right now. I'm looking to the sky. Please let this be an El Pozo finish. I want to see it so bad. So bad, Zute.
I don't think we've seen a dead city finish yet on Miramar, which is quite surprising given how many cities there are. We've seen some circles like kind of close to the city, but not dead in the middle. As Lazarus, they're getting shot down from Pro Era. Pro Era with a 3-1 split. I don't know if it's intentional, but Sega definitely on the other side to catch off the rest of the Lazarus players. Lazarus with Telly knocked. They will get that revive. Will Pro Era go aggressive on this? They are on the edge of zone. They have no rush to try and rotate into the middle. They got the high grounds, but Pro Era, one of those teams, a little bit indecisive. We see that a lot happen in a lot of moments where they're a little bit too slow to rather go aggressive or go defensive, and it looks like this case, they will not take the aggressive route.
Yeah, it's definitely one that they have to think about, because if they do take this fight, it's still so early in the zone and it's right after a shift. The opportunity to get third party is up there. But I think you're totally right. When I look at Pro Era, that's what I think I see the most is hesitation. They could definitely, when the play is obvious on what to do, Pro Era don't mess around.
Yeah.
But if there's a little thought of, should we do this or do that? You just see the delay. And man, in this level, those delays mean death. Iris trying to catch Mango from the Illuminati. There's a little bit of a run back here. Land pre-firing for his teammate to try and buy him some time. Now the rest of Yo are at quite a ways away. Are they going to start coming this way to engage this fight? It looks like it might just happen.
Looks like the Yo team is actually backing up quite a little bit. That's crazy to see because Illuminati, they're on the low ground. Yo technically have the advantage if they could just peer over the top, drop a grenade on them or something. But Yo's playing a little bit more careful. Like you said, they are 2-2 split, so that might be why they're playing a bit more defensive. Illuminati just pressed right up close. Illuminati down to 3 as well. And looking at the points, Yo has 1 kill point. So I think Yo should know this is a 4v3 as they probably got the kill onto the Illuminati side.
Yeah, Purge looking to catch Mango with the nade here. Doing a little lean with it, rock with it. Oh, second thoughts. Decides to hold the nade in his hand for a little bit longer. Yeah, interesting 2-2 split here from Yo. Doesn't look like the other teammates want to actually press this. So Purge up top has to be very careful. Iris as well. One mistake, if they get caught, it's all over for them.
Oh, Illuminati. I don't know why they feel so pressed to go aggressive. They are in a huge disadvantage. Illuminati, maybe it's that adrenaline from that chicken dinner game one. Maybe they feel like, unstoppable right now, but they are just throwing their lives away to this Yo team. And Yo, okay, circle's about to shift. Maybe that's why they're not going for the full committal, the full execute, you know, pick up the 2 kill points. Then maybe they want to wait to see where the circle goes first. Can't blame them because rotations on Miramar are crucial, especially going into the late game. If you could get yourself into the late game, you're just awarded almost free kill points based on positioning. And with that circle shift, though, I don't know if Yo, even if they leave right now, if they have a good priority spot to play in. So maybe they should just look to play aggressive now and stack this over 3-1 and just pick up the 2 kill points.
You're going to need them. I mean, especially at Miramar, you never know if, you know, one rotation is your death. So those early points are good. Look at that little Godzilla. Huh? Spraying and King goes there saying, hey, man, you better watch out for that smoke up ahead. And now his sight line's completely eliminated. And I think with that, Yo are going to start pushing little by little. Spring is still on the wide off angle. He's not even in an area to even try to fight this for his team. But this Yo team are running full 3. Straight up, they found the king. And his poor little baby Zilla, his buddy, is just screaming, saying, run, buddy, run.
Meanwhile, Mango playing really quiet, does not want to give his position away. Mango could get 1, maybe 2 if he gets a little bit lucky. If the Yo team jumps right past them, and they do, and Mango in the kill feed, he gets 1. Is he about to get 2? He does get 2. There's that 2 he was looking for, but they get that trade. 1v2 situation. Oh, and Spring catches them over. He managed to thirst. Purge, though. On the other side, Nova and Ghost Gaming getting into a fight straight out. Ghost Gaming, of course, they lost Spec already. Beowulf knocked. They're down to 3, but I think they broke in. They took 1 of Nova away and they pressed themselves into the next zone. Ghost Gaming, so decisive. When on their rotations, on their fights, you see like almost no hesitation with this team.
Man, as a full squad, they just move together so well. I mean, I know it seems just like we're on the Ghost train a little extra hard, but I mean, how can you not be just by just seeing their play style? It's so impressive. I can't stress enough just how difficult it is to be able to make such split decisions with 4 people. You know, as a one person, you can make the decision, but will the other 3 players have that same thought? And Ghost just seem to be like almost as one single brain just moving together.
That is what I call synergy. When we say synergy, it literally comes down to the team doing things together as a team without having to communicate every little thing. And that's how you get that speed that comes through on a team. That's how you get a team that just moves quickly and decisively and cohesively. Because if you're having to explain everything, if you're having members with second thoughts, doubts on what to do next, everything slows down. But Ghost Gaming, they're a team with so much synergy, and you see it right there.
Yeah, great moves on over. Ason from Syndicate holding this spot as well. And this next zone, I mean, it's still pretty early. It's still only zone circle number 3, but the action, I think, of just today has just ramped up so much. Where is this circle going to go? That's what all these teams are just thinking about. Ghost is on the south side. Oh, my goodness. Okay.
That is a... Okay, you see that mountain on the left? That's going to get congested. A lot of teams are going to fight and die for that. Then you got that valley down the middle, and then you got the mountaintop on the right side. So this is definitely something we have not seen yet on Miramar, and this is going to be very interesting. I see Mezexis, they're electing to take that valley route. They're going to cut straight down the valley. There are some compounds down there, but they're pretty much stuck down there if they commit to it. Meanwhile, on the edges of the map, some teams are deciding, look, I don't like that zone. We might as well go for some kill points here and see what happens.
Oh, Kahlo!
Esports trying to make that happen against Ghost Gaming.
He went straight for that bike right there, you know? That's a tough break right there. Dope Esports gonna have to make something magical happen. They're in pretty big trouble. Kahlo is now down. Nesquick got pieced up big time. Here comes the rest of the Dope squad, the LLC, working together. Try to avoid these Ghost taxes. Oh, man, but Ghost is coming. What a nade.
This is a 3v4, keep in mind. Ghost Gaming, they got pressed on. They have one member less, but they're making Dope almost seem like a non-existent team right here. I don't think they managed to put any real damage onto Ghost, and Ghost, meanwhile, has already taken down 2 members of Dope Esports. So here, trying to do some sort of a flank, but a little bit too late maybe, as he's forced to run away too now.
There goes Ogilvy. They're eliminated. 13 teams remaining. You hear full sending it, trying to avoid getting one of those tires shot out. Looks like he is able to make it away from the squad. Casper now left by himself. Oh, he's going to make an ejection as well. Hot smoke. Head on out. But guess what? I don't think Ghost is going to let this one get him away with it.
Yeah, 3 members of Ghost should be all looking at him.
Full send, though.
Maybe with these valleys and dips, he'll get just across. HH pops. Oh, didn't pop the wheel, and he's going to make it in to get the heal
Crazy.
off. Not yet in zone, but good to Dope Esports. They went a little bit aggressive on Ghost, and they lost 2 members just like that. And Ghost Gaming not losing a single one. But now Casper, I think he wants to return the favor, taking some shots at Ghost. Ghost is just going to make the way in. Oh, Beowulf got blown up by Isajat. And these are those unforgiving Miramar rotations that we talk about so much. When you just got nowhere to go and people are shooting you from every direction.
Yeah, you can see BTOWN up on top. Casper knocked. You know he's going to go down. Teammate nowhere in sight. HH24 down the hill. The Ghosts doing a split that they normally do on these kind of rotations. They have one go up, secure the spot, and the rest come and following. And there goes HH towards the end. You here going to spend a little bit more time just waiting. And also from downtown. Try to hit those laydown shots. Going to get shut down really quick from Drake.
I want to argue that you almost should never go for those laydown shots because you're just you're stagnant. You don't move at all, and the only thing that's peaking is your head, and it's so easy to get those headshots onto you. Whereas if you're crouched, you could move away instantly the second you get shot at. And I think at this level in gameplay, going prone does reduce the recoil quite a bit, but going crouched, you should be able to control that recoil well enough from the crouch position.
Ah, that laid out recoil though, it's just so nice. It's so tempting.
Hot juice,
right? It's what it is. Oh, it's what it is, unfortunately, and we're seeing definitely plenty of players getting baited from that strategy. You can see Grave, crouch, popping off some shots, and they're just basically trying to get this pressure off. Those smokes though from the Panthers are going to eliminate quite a few sight lines. I wonder if that's going to give BTOWN a little bit of confidence to start moving up. Lazarus moving up his guy. Look at that. Nice dink from Brain. Shuts down Lazarus right there. Right where they're at.
I'm seeing a lot more M16s come into play. With Spec, one of the pioneers, I would say, as far as the North American scene goes, for really pushing that M16 into play. Then we saw Acer the other day, CQC M16 single fire. I think these players are starting to realize just how underrated the M16 is. And Brain, with those headshots, those dinks, all looking spicy right there.
Looking beautiful. Lazarus, so far 0 kills. Moving up the hill little by little. Chiffon, gonna have to get this 1v1 for Brady. Actually goes for the first aid and gets caught. Spending a little bit too much time. Brady taking advantage of that opportunity. And it looks like he's gonna make his teammate go to him in order to get this res off. Something they definitely need to do. There's Mezexis, all set up for person squad. Oh, hit this headshot. 24K, no!
He's got
Just
a second
over his
chance
head.
here. Oh.
2,
I think
how about
what we
3?
just
Third time's the charm.
We saw his
Give it
teammate
to me.
take some shots, and it caused the player to shuffle and move around. I hate it when that happens. You have the headshot lined up, and then your teammates start shooting, and they start moving, and you miss that shot. But great nade by Pro Era onto the Panthers. Pan with a 2-pointer right there. 1 nade, 2 kills. Lazarus team still pressing into the Syndicate. This fight's still not over. Brain is knocked. Syndicate, he's still got that Car 98, maybe wanting to use it close range. Not the best idea. Oh, Salty.
Bop.
Oh.
Close. I just want to see one bolt action shot. Come on, guys. One time. Let me see them headshots. Joey going for that head right there. Happens to hit nothing but smoke. That smoke just being a little too good. Blind firing. Joey's actually going to jump in. FPP going all around. He doesn't hit him. He's like, where is he at? Salty being so tricky, but finally the trick is up. There is Lazarus taking him out.
Lazarus pressing in beautifully. They haven't lost a single player. They're still good on time. Blue is pressing really close behind them, but I think they want out the fight with Syndicate. Mezexis here taking some nice shots with that red dot onto Pro Era. There it goes down, Q. Era, Fishy, and Pan also down. The fourth player trying to send it into Ghost Gaming Shack. Seagut makes it close. Does he have a grenade, a Molotov, something maybe? No, he has nothing in there. He goes. Seagut also goes down. Ghost Gaming chilling in that shack. And they did get that next circle too, by the way.
Yeah, them getting taken down there. There goes Ghost holding that shack. And this is going to be a great spot for this next circle. Exactly right. Look how high up Juicy is. The mountain goat. Way up on the mountain. Pan ends up going down. There goes Pro Era. 7 teams left remaining. Oh, a BTOWN just gets straight shredded right after.
Mezexis popping those shots, and Mezexis also in zone, and they have the building suits as cover. They're also probably on the only high ground left that's in zone. Lazarus, they did get their reset, but they got to make their way in, and Mezexis should be well aware of their weak point, and that would be coming in from the Lazarus side. Ooh, Kino kind of running in the open there, a little bit risky, but I think you want to get some positioning. Kills 19 Esports. The Mountain Goats, you said it a second ago, but they got to go in. Oh, and he got that molly off just a second late. Sam goes down to the sides of Boring Protocol and Acer. M16, those dinks. That M16, such a good gun when in the right hand.
So deadly. I mean, insane to see these kind of shots happening from downtown. Juicy looking to pick up those kills on the BTOWN, get those confirms. Mezexis lies. She's popping off, takes down Telly. And Juicy still up on top. I don't think he has a vehicle to get down. He may be stuck. Oh, he actually does. He has the buggy. And there he goes, sending it down the mountain, using that vehicle to help eliminate that fall damage. A great play. And it looks like he is going to make it to his teammate Acer. As we see a crate falling right down the center. But, oh, man, that's a bait crate if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, nobody's probably going to go for those crates. Pop right now gatekeeping. Bob just laying quiet the whole time. They took that valley position, kept their heads low, and now the circle's favoring them. So now they're taking shots at all these players on their high ground. Juicy trying to get it in that car, but I think that is done for 19 Esports. I think they picked up quite a couple of kills at least. Lazarus made their way down too, but they did lose 2 players in the process.
Picked up 8 points on the way out was 19E. 5 teams still remaining. Got Gabby here, G3, holding this edge against Bop. This is Bop's opportunity. They really need to utilize this as an advantage to get those kills so they can secure them a spot into the Super Weekend. Kissix is running down to look to try to get his teammates up and just gets taken out in the process. Just so many mistakes are being made little by little. And now here comes Mezexis. Can they hold it out against G3?
Boring Protocol with 4, they need to make some sort of aggressive, decisive play there. But Mezexis, they're the ones to do it instead. They take out that team. Mezexis now control the high ground. Now, this is exactly why I was saying Boring Protocol might have wanted to get this position near the top. But Mezexis does it instead, and they have free shots downhill. Ghost Gaming still in the zone, I think, and BTOWN. We still got a player alive from BTOWN.
Yeah, we'll see how BTOWN is going to be able to do it. Still holding up them points. Ghost still alive, of course, putting up, those placement points that are always so tasty. Here comes Fate from Bop, trying to press Mezexis. Mezexis is the only team with a 4-man, but they're not really bullying the rest of the squads. They're not putting out crazy shots. They're just kind of holding it down for now. I wonder if that's going to pay off, or, well, is it a mistake? We'll find out. The Bob Barker! Too strong.
That Bob Barker definitely ate them up. Mezexis, they lose 2 in the process. Zone is closing, but I think that's maybe the best they can do. As Ghost Gaming, one of Ghost Gaming knocked down by BTOWN. Peaceful, not electing to be peaceful, comes into play. Great angle. I don't think that Ghost player was expecting that. This could be a time for Mezexis to get into zone and also maybe reset. There's not much cover, but there's that crate. That crate is the only thing left for hard cover for the Mezexis team, and Boring Protocol is still not out yet. They still got 1 member left alive just as well.
Oh, goodness. This looks like it could be another Mezexis win on the day, but you see Tensa not done yet. HH24 and Tensa. This is the best duo in North America, in my opinion. Hands down. These guys have so much experience together. You can see them working together like they do in the past. Throwing out those smokes, trying to set things up. Peaceful. still in the game, refusing to go down. I don't know, man. Mezexis, they have the numbers advantage, but really do they? With Peaceful on that off angle, it's gonna be tough. Tensa, HH.
They're having to move over into the open. That Shaq's no longer in zone. Mezexis, they have that little ridge and that crate, so it all kind of comes down to Peaceful. Where is he gonna look to spoil first, if at all, or if he's just gonna wait? Oh my God, HH.
What a shot!
2-4. That was nuts. Peaceful once again, third party, and he goes for Tensa. Gets the thirst too. Ghost Gaming down to 1. HH, can he do it? Can he clutch it up for this team? Shimming back and forth, and Mezexis takes out 3v1. Peaceful, not looking good here. Gets that first aid kit off. He could maybe do this. We've seen 1v3s before. Let's see if he could clutch this one out. Going up onto the high ground. He knows he's got to play aggressive, but doesn't even manage to get any shots in. And Mezexis, yo, this Mezexis team, where were they last week? 9, 12, 10, 13, 14 kills or something? Mezexis, huge game for them. I talked to them real quick. What did you guys change from last week to this week? And Starlight said he's having someone else IGL for him now, and I think it's working out, and he's more focused on the fights. So let's take a look at the overall rankings. Let's see how some of these other teams perform, but Mezexis coming out huge right there, Hot Jukes.
Mezexis coming up big. Mezexis Live happened to shop in my stream a little earlier today, and she said some stars say, you know what, it's time to break the pop-out curse, and it looks like it is broken. Coming in big. Shout out to Danny. What a crazy performance from Mezexis today. I mean, they have shown up big time. 29 points. Oh boy, Ghost still putting up some decent points. Boring Protocol, 13 points. That's huge for them.
That's very huge. That's more than enough, because we're just looking at top 16 for these 2 days, right? That's all these teams really want, top 16. And then when Super Weekend hits, that's the 1K. That's the money to guarantee your points into the finals. So let's take a look at maybe the second page. And the first page, lowest points, 5 points. Not bad for all the teams that made the first page. And second page, 2 teams coming in with 4 points. Pro Era, WallStreetBets, definitely not a good game. But 4 points as your bad game, that's a good, little buffer to keep you from sinking too low. Meanwhile, Syndicate, Dope, Panthers, Ogilvy, Illuminati, 2 points or less.
Yeah, let's take a look at the MVPs. Let's bring them up to see who was the best top fraggers there. Peaceful, of course, showing up. Starlight, man, putting up some big points. I love to see them double leans there from Starlight, showing off a little bit. Kino as well, somebody you can't, not talk about there. Mezexis, man, that was their game to win, and they definitely did it. Peaceful, though, I mean, I love to see it when you see a solo player just still be able to put up so many points for their squad. It's crazy to see.
One player from Mezexis that's not in that MVPs I have to shout out is Solitude. So it's actually Solitude who's taking over the IGLing position now. I asked him in the Discord chat. Of course, Starlight and Solitude still bumping heads. It's good to see, some friendly competition. Starlight was like, I'm still calling like 75% of the calls. And I'm just like, okay, I'll let you two deal with that. But something that you guys at home might want to deal with is the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate. It is on sale. Make sure you head back into the game, the PUBG Mobile store. Get yourself some of the same outfits as some of the pro players.
That's what I'm talking about, everybody. What a day so far. Absolute madness every single game. 1 left to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
And just like that, we have returned. And just like that, the OnePlus continues to be on top of the crop. With flagship performance, an immersive 120 hertz display, and technology made specifically for gamers. That's HyperTouch. OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro continues to be the best option to find yourself on the top of the leaderboards. And the leaderboards are exactly what we're looking at. Total damage coming at you from map number 1 as we reflect on, or excuse me, map number 4 as we reflect on how these teams have been performing. Some teams have been standing up, some teams have been sitting down, but looking at the performances that our teams have given us today has been a lot of fun. Seven, why don't you talk to us a little bit about total damage, about how these teams have been doing?
Yep, I definitely will. I mean, with this one, Mezexis, like, where have you been? For you guys to be able to put 2100 damage, 14 kills. Glitter, are you seeing what I'm seeing here in second place? A team that we really haven't talked about in a while. BTOWN Esports, Glitter, 7 kills.
Yeah. I mean, another one that had fallen off, right? 7, and now they're matching your name with their kills, okay? Over 1500 damage as well. This is a performance from BTOWN that we saw at the very beginning of this season, and then they kind of fell off somewhere in the middle. This is a little bit of a comeback. I don't know. It's kind of late, but maybe it'll end up benefiting them. And then throughout the rest of our total damage here, I feel like we're seeing not stellar performances, but at least a little bit of consistency, right? We're getting 4 kills out of Ghost with over 1400 damage. We saw how hard they were trying to fight with just the 2 of them left over there at the end. I thought they were going to be able to pull it out until Peaceful had a little bit of something to say about that, put an end to that real quick. Nova there with 3 kills and about 1200 damage. Yo, okay, we need to give a little bit of love to Yo here, though, 7, because up until this point, it was a big struggle bus, and these 5 kill points are going to be massive for this team.
Yeah, Yo, before this match, they only had, I believe it was 2 points. So for them to be able to almost triple that in just kills, that's exactly what you want to see. And talking about kills, talking about 5 points, let me give some credit to Boring Protocol, because they're also trying to shut me up. They're also trying to prove me wrong, and I love it. For them to be able to put up 1000 damage there with 5 kills, definitely what you want to see out of these teams that need to qualify to the final Super Weekend.
Listen, guys, I'm trying so hard to, like, you know, do that. Every time one of y'all mentions the team Yo, it sounds like, all right, and Yo. This, like, it just sounds like you're just saying Yo, and it always throws me off. So my bad as I giggle through our segments. That said, Mezexis finds himself towards the top. Glitter called it a bounce back, hoping for it. This team is fun to watch and fun to root for. Let's get to know Mezexis a little bit better.
Hey, it's D-Gon, joined by Solitude of Mezexis, and we're diving into some of his expectations for PMPL North America Season 2. So let's start there. What are you hoping to get out of PMPL NA Season 2, brother?
With PMPL NA, I hope to place top 5 for both League and Finals and make Americas.
All right, and by making Americas, what are you hoping to accomplish there?
In Americas, hopefully we get that top 3, but I would be happy with a top 8 performance.
All right. Setting his sights out just a little bit wider there. Now, we kind of wanted to get an idea of what are your hopes and dreams for the rest of this 2021 season, knowing that this team just came together recently.
Well, I think everyone's expectations is PMGC. It's a little bit harder now that we have Ghosts with, like, that huge lead that they have, but we're still trying.
That's fair. And then kind of wanted to dive into What would you do differently this season than previous seasons in the past when you've been competing? Because we know that your roster has come together from all different walks of PMPL life.
Well, actually playing is something different, not being a sub. So playing together and getting that experience, I guess.
Well, you guys have been doing pretty dang good so far with it. Sitting somewhere in the middle of the leaderboard, but surprising a lot of Team Solitude. Thank you so much for your time, brother, and best of luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Shout out to Solitude giving us the insight. Shout out to D-Gon as well. I gotta match his hair. My hair game not as on point as D-Gon's, but Mezexis' game has been on point. We got a chance to hear from Solitude real quick. Seven, why don't you talk to us about the stats? Because we saw how Mezexis was playing, but what's behind the numbers?
Yeah, the stats, I mean, 24K is having one heck of a day. That man so far has been able to put up 1,700 damage with 9 kills. And you know what? Why not me? Just tell it. Let me show it to you right here. As I was saying, knockouts, average survival time. He's currently leading the team in just about everything. But something actually really impressive to me, I am going to give some props to Starlight. I'll give some props to Kino solely for him to be able to put up 798 damage, but be able to secure 7 kills. And out of those 7 kills, he's only being able to knock 2 himself. That's really impressive. The awareness that player is currently having, also maybe a little bit of luck, whatever it might be, he has been able to steal 5 points for his team, which is amazing to see. Kino being able to put up 1,000 damage, 5 kills. Starlight, 5 kills, 1,200 damage. Overall, the players are currently performing on this day. Overall, Glitter was saying something along the lines, somebody might have been the curse. I'm not going to call it out because I don't want to be that guy. And then we do have, like, for the whole week of league plays, 24K has been that player that's been performing no matter what happens. He has 20 kills overall. And then you have Soli backing him up with 13 kills. And then you have Kino backing him up with 10 kills. So I'm enjoying here what I'm seeing from Mezexis, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, especially when we saw them have such a solid breakout performance and then that fall off, we were kind of questioning if if the performance that was good was the exception, because they really struggled to bounce back after that. I don't know what they've changed, what conversations they've had, you know, whatever they did to change their mentality, their gameplay this week, especially because we're still in the first day. This is what we were hoping for across all of the season so far. If they can continue this, they were in a very solid spot coming out of the first Super Weekend. Getting through to this last one will completely solidify their spot.
Yeah, and Glitter, you mentioned that perfect right there. Out of the first Super Weekend, that team ended up somewhere along the lines of like top 8. And they were one of the only teams that was sandwiched with like 0 chicken dinners. Everybody else had chicken dinners, but their consistency was just on point. So hopefully we can see those flashes of greatness again from Mezexis.
We're taking a look at how Mezexis is doing, but I mean, 24K, it's gold. All looking good for him so far. Let us know if you're rooting for or against Mezexis. Add us on Twitter, find us on Facebook, but wherever you do, use the hashtag PMPL. That'll get you on our radar, and that'll allow you to enter the conversation. So thank you so much for watching. We're going to roll into map number 5, and where is that? It's Erangel, baby. Back to the original. We're going to see BCDE. Those are the squads that will be playing over here on our final map of the evening. So that means we get a chance to see Lazarus, Syndicate, Dope, and Pro Era. Ghost Gaming, Illuminati, Boring, and Ogilvy have sat down for the night. So that's going to be it as far as our teams are concerned. That's going to be it as far as our maps are concerned. And that's going to be it as far as our analysts are concerned, at least for now. Seven and Glitter, you guys look great, but I will catch up with you in a little bit. For now, we got to bring in the commentators. Zute and Hot Jukes are still on the microphone. Let's wrap it up. Game number 5. Andale.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. Last game here of the day, buddy. Man, this has been a trip today. I mean, it's crazy to see just how much teams have just ramped things up. I shouldn't be surprised, but when I see this kind of action, Zute, I don't think I can be. It's crazy.
We've seen, I think, 3. So Illuminati, Mezexis, like all the teams that we don't expect to pop are just, conserving their energy for the Super Weekend. But we'll see as we hop into this match of Erangel. Last match of the day, Hot Jukes. You got any predictions?
Ghost is going to get 0 points. Bop is going to get 0 points today in this game.
Oh, wow. Wow, solid predictions.
Bold, right?
Seeing as
Bold,
how,
huh?
yeah, they're not play. Here's
I'm going with Yo.
Here's
I'm
one.
going Yo.
Is UIU going to get 0 points in this game?
Ooh,
Because if they do, Hot Jukes, they will have accomplished the 0 point achievement, which is in 4 matches.
That's right.
0 points.
The goose egg of the day. That would be rough, and I mean rough to see. So, man, I don't know what happened to UIU. If the pow curse is still on it, because they are getting pow like crazy today.
Not doing much of any powing onto any other teams, which is what they should start looking to do. You do not want to end the day on a goose egg, because that is just terrible for your mental going into tomorrow. I can't even imagine how that would feel like, but we'll see how it goes with this game. That plane path, nobody going into Pachinki. We've seen multiple games where Ghost is not in the lobby and teams would land Pachinki, but every time 2 teams has clashed in Pachinki because Ghost isn't there. So I think everybody just kind of gave up on that strategy altogether. So now Pachinki completely clear in the open, and we get another Eastern Circle. As Enviram would like to say, this is like one of those circles that is designed for XSET to shine.
Yup, that Milta drop looking mighty fine right now. BTOWN, of course, landing in their tried true location. It's still a trip for me to see just how that Pachinki's open. I mean, did the teams just not realize that Ghost is not there, or are they just too afraid to mix it up? I don't know. I mean, I think it could be a little bit of a combination of the two. But man, dude, that's a heck of a city, just completely open. And honestly, with this circle, it wouldn't have been a bad drop.
I feel like every single time Ghost has not been in the lobby, though, because it doesn't happen too often, right? Because they're always in the Super Weekend matches, and they only sit out once a day each time.
Yep.
And I think every time 2 teams has tried to take Pachinki because Ghost isn't there, and then of course they always end up fighting each other, right? The only reason you go to a drop spot because a team isn't playing in the lobby is so that you don't have to deal with a team being there, but that has not been the case. So I think this time around, the teams all thought at the same time once again, like, I don't want to drop there this time. And so now we see the rare sighting of an empty Pachinki match in the game. Of course, I can't even blame any of the teams or any of the players, because we've seen them try multiple times to take that position, but they always end up fighting. And it has not gone too well for some of the teams.
Interesting to see. It's interesting to see here. Let's look at Peaceful and BTOWN, how they're going to be able to do this. BTOWN, what are your thoughts on BTOWN, Zute? Because this is a squad that, when I look at them, honestly, I know that we see, Isjat put up some big points. Grave, I just think that when he gets on fire, it's just, this BTOWN squad is just elevated to another level.
I gotta agree. BTOWN, it's like, it's one of those teams to me that just, they need like 2 puzzle pieces to fit, just for things to really, kind of get going. We've seen them have some great games, some bad games, and then just some games that just right down the middle of the pack where it's like, you don't really notice them. Right, I think it's a team that still needs a lot of time to figure things out, to synergize things, to get things locked in.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that I think a lot of these teams are currently struggling with, and I can't say I blame them. It's a lot easier said than done. That is a fact. Panthers are looting up a military base. They are big chilling right now, and this is what it's going to be, right? It's going to be a nice... I think after all that action we saw from these past games, I think teams are finally realizing, hey, this is the last game we have to put up some points. Let's just play a little extra careful as we watch Jay mark that level 3 vest. That's exactly what he did.
He's already got one and marking it for his teammate. Military loot, always nice. Of course, getting bridge camped, coming out of military, it could happen, right? It can definitely happen. In fact, That reminds me, I was watching another tournament over in China. The first place team, they always drop military zone. Very last match of the game, they went military zone. Guess what happened? They got camped, and then they lost it. They lost that first place position. They dropped down to second for the grand finals of the tournament. So Panthers, you know, I hope they have at least an idea of, hey, this could happen at some point in our tournament. Maybe not this one. But, you know, I hope they have a backup plan of some sort. Military base, of course, you saw there. Really nice loot. I can't. It's like crack. I get why the teams always want to go back to military base. The loot there, plenty of level 3 vests, scopes, M4, scars, whatever, you name it, right? But it's that bridge camp that you gotta keep in mind. Eventually, it will come back to get you.
They love it. They love it. They can't get away from it. What can you say? Syndicate, they are landing here at Crates. Oh, man. This is their spot, right? This is where they're always landing. And, dude, Crates. The old glory days, Ute. This used to be a spot full of insane loot. Now, it's more like scraps.
Yeah, I don't know why teams still decide to land here. I mean, I guess it's just like any other drop spot, right? Some drop spots, not as good as others. Crate, it's just another regular drop spot. I definitely don't see teams contesting crates anymore. Crates used to be a drop that got contested from time to time, but I think with the subpar loot there now, teams don't care to contest a position like the crates.
Interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's exactly right. Yeah, I don't think I've really seen any player or team really contest Syndicate at crates unless it's like absolutely, and I mean absolutely, necessary. See UIU over here at OP Dip. Scouting things out, looking for a point. Haven't found one yet today.
Not yet. This very first circle, they are dead in the center of it. Now, usually I would say great circle for a team, but the UIU team, they look so shaky that when you sometimes get that center zone position, they don't react correctly to teams coming around, rotating in and pressuring them, right? Like we saw in the other Erangel game, Bop, they got center circle in that bunker, and XSET, they just full sent them, and Bop was taken out just like that. So UIU right now playing a 2-2 split. Usually that split is perfectly fine. I think that's a good split. But with 0 points so far, I'm just kind of worried regardless of what the UIU team does right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall task in front of them. I mean, when you've already put up a goose egg after 4 matches, I mean, you are in... you're not feeling too good. You're not feeling too good. So UIU, I mean, they are in the boat. Yeah, look at this. You can see the bottom right there. Yo! My prediction. Yo. What you know, like, yo. That's about the best thing I think I can say. Surprised to see the Panthers, dude. The Panthers, what happened to them?
You know what? It's league day, okay? Like,
say it.
Any team, Hot Jukes. I'm always going to give them that excuse card. Any team that does well in the Super Weekends, that they don't pop off in the regular qualification days, I'll just be like, it's the league days. All they're looking at is top 16. Maybe they're trying out certain strategies to implement into the Super Weekend. So, I mean, I'm biased. Don't get me wrong. The Panthers, right? Playing, they're legit. Look, they're on the edge. When have you not seen them on the edge of any game? Playing from the edge is an insanely difficult strategy to pull off. So, super heavy bias towards the Panthers. So, like, if they're not doing too well today, I'm going to give them that pass.
Okay. I think they've earned it. That's for sure. So, you know, after the performance that we've seen these guys do on the Super Weekends, we know that all it takes is a couple games and we're going to see them in the top 16, but it's still crazy to see them so low at the end of the day here. Next circle, centering on up, right where it should be, right onto shelter. That shelter spot's going to be very, very strong. Xenox trying to get some shots onto Lazarus. It's the last game, everybody. Time to get some points. Knights got their eyes on Lazarus as well, man. Joey's just like, I'm just trying to make a rotation, man. And now you have to deal with Coops. 1v1.
Joey versus Coops. Joey is slightly tagged up. Coops is on the pressure. He's got that Uzi. He's going for the peaks. Shimmies back and forth. And actually, Joey comes out on top. Goes so desperately for that thirst, but Alucard to the rescue. And that is the Lazarus team wiped out. And the Knights not losing a single player. Only Coops getting knocked in that process.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it right there. BTOWN on that rotation. XSET camping them out. We've seen this fight before. We've seen this exact fight happen. We've seen Peaceful in this same spot. And BTOWN seeming to struggle once again with XSET. Here comes Drake up front. He's also got one behind him. I don't know if he realizes that. Hit some nice shots on the kill switch, but it should be a matter of seconds now. Yeah, there goes BTOWN, dude. XSET with the good old-fashioned bridge camp.
J7 with that flying Superman gun down, and yeah, BTOWN. Well, the puzzle pieces definitely did not fit in because somebody just came in and smashed that puzzle apart, and that was XSET, right? Camping BTOWN. XSET, one of the teams just definitely not ever worried about taking a fight. This team's so aggressive, so confident in their gun skills. Like, we saw them just full send boring protocol just straight into one of the toughest positions to break in. They broke it. Now they're camping a team. Oh, XSET. Looking good. Looking very good.
Oh, this is what they do, right? I mean, landing, Milta, bridge camping here. It's just it's like peanut butter and jelly. It just goes together. You know what I'm saying? Just goes together so well. And Peaceful is, how can I say, not together? Swimming? What's the word I was thinking? I don't know. I lost it. But regardless, he's pissed.
Yeah, Peaceful right now, just kind of meditating in the water right now, just thinking about what could they have done differently. They could have taken the other bridge, right? But then you got the Panthers that go on that other bridge. So it's like either way you cut it. You know, BTOWN, if you're too slow to rotate out of military base, I talked about it, you know, that bridge camp, I was focused on the Panthers though, but BTOWN, they bit the bullet for that bridge camp. And here we see UIU still holding a 2-2 split. They're feeling a little bit confident in this split. Good to see they haven't got pressured on yet. But next circle shift, I feel like if they get center again on that next circle, they got to pick one position to stack up on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're exactly right. Speaking of stack up, these teams are going to start stacking up a little bit more here as the game goes on. Next circle about to close. The zone deciding who is going to be favored and who isn't. XSET still just holding that spot on the south side. Will they have to continue to hold it? It looks like they will not. Gonna have to start moving. It looks like it's gonna be a school finish here, Zute. Back to school.
That is a hard shift definitely towards the west. We saw a school finish the other day. It was quite exciting. Everybody's full sending those shacks. This circle, though, we're still, I would say, in the early game. Yes, that circle shrunk quite a lot. Yes, that circle did hard shift, but it's enough room for a lot of these teams to still stay alive in. But as tradition, last match of the day, right, Hot Jukes? Some of these teams just, you know, are going to be a little more aggressive than usual. And the Panthers, a team that plays so well from the edge and so good at fighting, those gunshots might not actually deter them. In fact, the Panthers might actually just stop and just take this fight, and that is exactly what they do. They have set up, but Nova has also pressed in onto 19E at the same exact time on the opposite side. 19 Esports getting pieced up right there. The Panthers, great grenade entry, and this is the Panthers that we have seen time and time again.
It's a party on Potato Hill. It looks like 19E are going to be the baked potato if they are not careful. Leon is going to go for an off angle here, along with Juicy. They're doing a nice full-on split. The problem is, though, is that the Panthers full send it onto one side. 19E is not going to really have a chance here, so they're going to have to play it real careful. Juicy throwing out those smokes to kind of buy his teammates a little bit more time, while 19E is trying to figure out how do we get out of this situation. We got the Panthers in front, we got Nova in the back, and we got Frady taking us down. There goes Sam Acer in full-on what the heck mode, dude. What do I do? Because, I mean, he is stuck.
Frady with another grenade, and ooh, that one connects onto Sam, gets the finish. Acer down to 1 HP, and I love the patience out of the Panthers, right? Every time I've said it, they get that first knock. They don't go aggressive yet. They get more information, but the second that second knock comes through, they go full aggressive, and that second knock did indeed come through legal. And while I'm pushing over, Leon goes down. 19 Esports, it is all down to Juicy, and Juicy's got to hightail it out of there. He's already in that buggy, looking for another place to call home.
Juicy says, see ya, I'm on the run, but I'm not going to run too fast because that tire is missing on that buggy. So he's going to hide right behind this rock that that Buggy's going to give away his position completely, though. So 19E definitely in a rut here, and that's just Potato Hill for you. I mean, you're in the center and you get pinched, you're going to be in a lot of trouble, and 19E definitely feeling the brunt of that. The Panthers, this is what they live for, right? Coming in from the side, outside the edge of zone, this is what they do.
I've seen this exact position, and another team was defending it, and the Panthers pushed up here just as well. If memory serves correct, I think it might have been Pro Era, but that push by the Panthers, that's a practiced execution. They've done the same exact thing against another team in the same exact circle just a couple of days ago, I believe. So, like, this is what I love to see when teams start doing the same thing and practicing it down, not just rotations, but most importantly, practicing executes onto fights. It's huge. They just broke into that location, and with that circle shift, they get the edge of it, and they have the high ground to play with now. That is staple, like, picture perfect, like, execution for a team that plays on the edge.
Beautifully done. Just so beautifully done. And the thing is that they've practiced it so much. Makes me wonder if they just kind of had a little fun today so that teams wouldn't look at them too closely, and the hit list driving right by. So many squads gets the knock with the back tire. The drift looking pretty, but Jay shutting that down real fast. Almost gets the confirmed point, but not able to do it. The Panthers are eliminated. What a way to get it done. Craziness.
Sometimes offense is just easier than defense in the hit list. That was the first time I've seen a buggy drift. And okay, here we go. More car play coming into play. Nova this time going on the offense, hearing those gunshots, going for that third party, and they are going to chase the hit list away. Hit list just down to 2 members. Great third party opportunity for the Nova team to capitalize on.
Absolutely. Oh my, oh my, oh my. The plays are just coming out here towards the end. We're starting to see that kind of full send aggressiveness. Yo! Yo.
All right, Ojix, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but yo, did not make it. But a team you can cheer for still is UIU. They still got 4 players up. Still 0 points, so that big donut for the entire day still might happen. But UIU,
no, it won't.
At least they got 4.
Well, they're in 12th place now, so they're getting at least 1 placement point.
You're
here.
right.
Yeah, they're set up, dude. Let's go, everybody. You know,
oh, they got a knock. They got a knock onto Chico, and they get the thirst right there. There we go.
That's
UIU.
That's
showing up.
200% of their whole day's performance, just like that. Can't deny those numbers. Look at Juicy with the quick kill, and he's on the run. Full sending it. Oh, and he found the bush. The tall grass is where he's going to call home for quite a while. Oh, my, oh, my. That's a juicy play if I've ever seen. That is a juicy play. Yep.
I can imagine Juicy's voice just like, haha, gotcha, and then just scuffles off and finds some other push and just goes prone, and it's like, okay, now I do this one more time.
One more time. He's going to have to do it. You know, it's going to be interesting to see how he does as the solo member. Nova Memory hitting that rock. Unfortunate, but he's got that McLaren fully boosted on into the next circle. Over here, will the circle go over to apartments? That's what I want to see. Or will it go into the open field? That's what these teams are looking at right now.
Will Nova find Juicy, or will Juicy find one of the players of Nova? That's what I'm curious to see. As when this next circle comes out, Juicy might just, spring his trap, and that circle does shift back down south. Nova with a really good position now. They have full control. Well, there is Peaceful still from that bridge camp from ages ago. Peaceful's still in the game, and he does get a nice little zone blast. UIU, oh, this is huge opportunity for UIU as well. They could sweep in onto the backside. They're going to take a fight with Nova potentially, but if they could win this fight against Nova, it makes up for all the donuts for so far in all the games.
Absolutely. I think I'll have to give it to them as well. I mean, UIU, come on, make something happen. You got the team to do it. The Jamaican squad coming up big here in the last game. And by big, I mean, better than the whole day entirely. But how big will it be? How much better can they make it happen? They just want to put some points up desperately.
Ooh, so UIU, they have 4 members alive. One thing that I don't really like to see right now, I mean, it could still work out, but they're just edging into the side of the zone and just trying to stay alive. You saw their position. It's not that great. They're just in survival mode, but I feel like when you have 4, you want to at least try and see if you can break into a stronger position. So let's just see how this UIU team goes out. As a Mezexis, this team firing on all cylinders right now, definitely not lacking any confidence. They're going for that aggressive wide wrap, and Juicy still being Juicy here.
He's got the pan. Oh, he's got the pan. Mezexis lies. She has no clue where Juicy. Oh, yes, she does. She spots him out, and Juicy goes down.
Not sneaky enough. The eyes to spot out Juicy. Juicy, one of the sneakiest people, I would have to say. But okay, here we go. This is what I was talking about. UIU, they got themselves into circle, but they put themselves in a spot for survival mode. This is what I was worried about. Nova, they realize this. This UIU team is in a horrible position. Even though they have 4, they could just get taken out just like that. Let's see how this defense works out, as one player already goes down for UIU, and he is not going to be able to get revived unless they could get some grenade knocks onto Ren.
Oh, Ren is going to have to hold it down. Kahlo getting shot at and finished here from Asun right from the back end. So here comes Syndicate on the edge of the circle, pushing on in. A little bit of Panther-esque plays coming from them, but it's due to it being forced on them. Zone closing. Memory getting a nice shot onto UIU. UIU trying to take it out. Kajak spot Memory through the smoke. Finally does it. He's got one more player left. Actually make it 2. Up on top. Rin. It's all up to Rin here on this off angle.
Yeah, Nova, I think we're a little bit too split on that push. I think Nova's actually, yeah, that's a 3-1 split. YDD is not even anywhere close to the fight. He's gatekeeping a completely separate side of the circle. That's just the Nova confidence, and when it works, it really works. But you saw right there, I think Memory did not put himself in the correct position to take that fight with UIU. Even if he got a knock, he still went out, and Shifan finds the thirst, finds the finish. Jag not able to get that revive. UIU down to 2 players, but they made it to the top 5, just playing survival. So that still works out for them in terms of placement points.
Sure does indeed. Nova still up into the game. UIU, they got some good points compared to how they've done over today. Are they going to be able to extend their lives just a little bit longer? That's the question everyone's asking right now. Shifan with some great shots on that side down the hill. Nova doing a great job of controlling this entire area as a 3-man. And they're just continuing to apply the pressure as the zone starts closing. XSET, they're not done yet though either. They got a 2-man, and that's a deadly 2-man right there.
Deadly 2-man. Pro Era with 4 though. They've been really quiet. UIU goes out in 5th place. It could have gone worse for them. Not too bad. I wanted to expect a little bit better coming out of them for the last game. But let's see how this Pro Era team does, as they still have 4 players and they have 5 kills already. They are on the low ground, but that man advantage might come into play now.
Yes, it's going to, it looks like here. Nova on to Pro Era. We haven't talked about Pro Era a lot. They still got a 4-man up, but look at this. They're playing it rather passive as a full 4-man squad. Nova definitely applying a ton of pressure. Look at all the pre-fires. Seagut and Fishy, not sure which area they're looking at, but it looks like they're just buying some time here as a 4-man squad. I think they should be pressing this a little bit harder. And Pan getting caught out. And then here comes all the utility from Nova. They're going to throw every single grenade that they have onto Pro Era.
Yeah, the attempt was there, at least for the Pro Era team, to make some sort of decisive play. Of course, execution is always something that has to be practiced and improved upon, as the rest of the Pro Era team continues to get knocked. Fishy gets a nice trade back. It's all down to, oh, and then third party from the back.
That's okay.
A little bit too long. That's okay in play. XSET, they're going to third party that one, and look at this. We're down to a 2v2. XSET with 12 kills. When did that happen?
12! I was about to say 12 kills on XSET. 9 for Nova. XSET pop it off, and you called it from the start, Zute. You know, when you see this kind of circle, It's time for XSET to shine, and they are shining bright with those 12 kills. Can they make it a baker's dozen? Just like that they do.
I think it's looking good. Fan.
One more.
But it's Ren.
Ren.
But it's Ren.
It's Ren.
Ren. The clutchest player from Nova is still left alive, but he doesn't have Circle. If XSET really wanted to, they could just keep Ren out of zone. Ren has all the disadvantages stacked against him right now.
Oh, and he shot too, so he just gave away his position completely. Jay gonna go with a little under toss there just to get the confirm no matter what happens. They got that baker's dozen. It is Ren. Oh, Ren's got mollied. Has to run out into the open. Oh my goodness. Almost got the knock. The dink was, it was there. But XSET. Polo, 8 kills from Polo? Just like that? Dude, Slicky, my man. That's how, they just grow up so fast. I'm so proud of you, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, let's take it to the match ranking. Last match of the day. I want to see how the team stacked up their points. Of course, like XSET. Oh my, so many kills. We saw the first 2 kills on that bridge camp, and then I don't know what happened the rest of the game, but they obviously fragged the heck out.
Yeah, I don't know what happened either. I mean, this is just insane to see from XSET. You know, that circle, I mean, you mentioned it. You know, Paul mentioned it before in the past as well, that call out. With that zone, it's just money for XSET. And money, if this was a super weekend, it would have been $1,000, but it's still league play. So, you know, for a fact, this one is going to allow them to get to the super weekend, which is huge. Take a look at the second page and bring that up, see how the rest of the squads did here. UIU, by the way, 8 points. That's an 800% increase there. Sute.
Technically,
Love
it's
to see
more than technically if you're at 0 points and you go up to 8, it's not 800%. It's like some unknown value. If they have 1 point and it goes up to 8, then it's an 800. That's
the math right there. That's good math, dude.
Yeah, good math indeed. But Polo, 1K damage, 8 kills. Ren and YDD coming into play as well. You know, Nova could have won that, but I don't blame them. They're stretching their necks out. They're trying to get as many kills, as much control as possible, and that's good practice for them. For them to make those mistakes, it's good because it's not the super weekend, right? So that's kind of maybe what I want to see UIU do, like get a little bit more aggressive. But then again, you know, when you don't have any points to play with, you're kind of forced to play a bit more safe, more secure. So with 8 points, not too bad in one game, but 8 points in a whole day, they could be doing better.
Absolutely, indeed. And they're going to have to do better tomorrow if they want to stand any chance at making it at this super weekend. Everybody, make sure you go ahead and show some love to us on all the socials. Make sure you use the hashtag PMPL, and we will see you guys after this break. What a day.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The Hyper Touch on this bad boy is phenomenal. The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Rep the set. XSET winds up at the #1 spot for the first time in a while. So congratulations to them. Welcome back to the desk. It's Tom, it's Seven, and of course, Glitter Explosion as we break down the 5th and final map and put a bow on day #1 of league play. Friends, XSET, like I said, here, Seven, why don't you start us off here? XSET, fun getting it done as they wrap up #5 here.
You know what it was? You know what it is? Polo perform. That's what I'm starting to notice with this team. Every single time Polo performs, every single time Polo's actually able to showcase that star player material that he is made out of, this is when the team kind of just excels in a way that we've been able to see over and over again in Super Weekends. We've been able to see in weekly league plays as well. For him to be able to put up 8 kills, 1,000 damage, that is an amazing performance out of that player, and that is a performance that I kind of don't want XSET to get used to expecting every single match, because they have some of the likes of Kill Switch. That's another amazing player as well. So hopefully this is not a pattern that I'm starting to see here with XSET, but nonetheless, a great way to close out here the first day of Weekly League Play 3.
Well, as we take a look towards the overall rankings, that's where we've got to take a look at XSET, because they win this one, but it's still a long ways away from the top. Mezexis Esports North America are your #1 team at the moment, barely eking above Knights over here, Glitter. That is seeing Mezexis at #1. It is a surprise, but a welcome surprise, I'll say.
Absolutely. This is the type of performance we want out of all of our teams, right? We want them to be able to play like this and have the scores be this close. We don't have a massive front runner in Knights like we did last week. Knights is in 2nd place, only by 1 point, but still, I mean, the standings are just that much closer. Nova Esports, they're in 3rd place and the only one in the top 4 right now without a chicken dinner due to their consistency so far. As you can see, that they're matching the kill points of Mezexis. They're only 3 behind Knights. But then moving down the list, the Illuminati with an insane chicken dinner today, putting them in 4th place overall. I mean, we talked about it, that point bubble was at 40 points right now. It's looking pretty good for Illuminati and WallStreetBets, who is right behind them only by 1 point. So, I mean, the top 5 alone is definitely not even remotely close to what I was expecting. I was expecting the likes of XSET, who did just close out the day with a fantastic polo play for the chicken dinner there, but I was expecting the likes of XSET to be a little bit higher. Syndicate had a much better performance today. Pro Era, 7.
Yep.
Pro Era, 37 points. Okay, you didn't have as much faith in them as you should have.
I sure didn't. I was doubting them veterans in that team. I must have been blind. But hey, it's good that they're performing. Nonetheless, I still don't have them as qualifying, even though they're probably going to end up making it. We do have Ghost Gaming there with 36 points. BTOWN Esports with 32 points. 19 Esports. We actually haven't seen much of 19 Esports, something that F-Dot was mentioning throughout the day. Maybe tomorrow might be the day where we get to see Carnage put up those kill performances that we've been able to. Maybe Acer is able to clutch up as we've been able to see him clutch up. We do have Boring Protocol there with 25 points. Lazarus with 19 points. The Hitlist with 15. Dope Esports LLC with 14. And Ogilvy is definitely a huge surprise right here for me with 10 points. And I want to see those 17th, 18 and 19 places, because these are the ones that are definitely going to be fighting and clawing away tomorrow. We have Yo currently with 9 points. UYU was able to step it up in a big way, being able to collect at least 8 points, considering after 3 games they were sitting at 0. I know Courtney, their manager, is going to be happy about that. And a big surprise for me, Glitter, is going to be the Panthers. I was really expecting the Panthers to do a lot better here on this week of league play. Maybe today was just a fluke. Legal and this squad will be able to show up tomorrow. I sure hope so.
Yeah.
I got to agree there on the Panthers. For what it's worth, I saw a team in the Panthers that like started slow and then really picked up. And I'm surprised to see them kind of drop the ball again here today as 8 points all the way at the bottom. Of course, tomorrow, a new day, but it's the final day of league play. And so for the teams that are trying to get into the Super Weekend, absolutely need to turn up this time around, as you got 1 day left, folks. That's it. And then you play in the Super Weekend, and we'll see who makes it to finals. Our final piece for the map is, or for the night, excuse me, is our MVPs. Shout outs to our most valuable players, as we've seen some strong performances. Polo puts his big hat on for that last map. I don't know if he's going to be an MVP on the day. No, it's YDD. Nice stuff.
Wow.
And happy birthday to our man. Look at that.
Indeed. Happy birthday. And what a performance that he was able to put up. 2200 damage, 9 kills. Glitter, you know what I'm seeing here? You know what this automatically goes to in my mind?
What?
Nova might have one of the greatest problems to have for a team. They have 2 amazing players, and they cannot decide which one they want to start. So why not keep switching them back and forth? Because we know what you was able to do during the Super Weekend. And for YDD to be able to put up this kind of performance here today, it's going to send in a message in its own saying, hey, I belong in this team. I'm in this team for a reason as well.
Oh, this is great. I'm going to say it one more time. Happy birthday, YDD. This is a great little gift there at the end of it all.
It's so cool. I mean, that's the definition of Phil's birthday, man, right? Like, you come through, you have a fantastic performance, you win MVP on your birthday, and you're even shouted out by your teammate on the first interview of the day. You gotta give it up, man. YDD, shout outs to you. Happy birthday. And take a look at Nova continuing to push forward. Great stuff. Great stuff from all of our competitors today, and great stuff from OnePlus as always. Flagship performance, an immersive 120 hertz display, and stuff made specifically for gamers. That's that HyperTouch. OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro are your best bet to climb the leaderboards. All of our teams have done just that today. They hope to do so tomorrow because it's the last day of league play. The PMPL is always filled with excitement, and of course, tomorrow will be the same thing. Myself, Glitter, Seven, Zute, Hot Jukes, Mustache, Dave, and Envirum, all thank you for showing up. We'll catch you tomorrow. Peace and much love to you.